Good morning, everybody. My name is John Hamre. I'm the president of CSIS, and I always get the great benefit of being able to open and attend conversations I want to participate in without doing any of the work, you know. It's really a good thing, and that's Greg Poling has been doing all the work. Want to say welcome to all of you, especially Ambassador. Thank you. We're delighted you're here. We look forward to your thoughts. And I was saying to the ambassador, there's a great deal of enthusiasm these days about Vietnam. And that's really a good thing. You have to watch out that we're a little too enthusiastic sometimes, because there are a lot of Americans, their enthusiasm about Vietnam is really a way to say they're unhappy about China or something or other, you know. So we got to watch out for, excessive enthusiasms, here, and really to deal with Vietnam as Vietnam, and the remarkable transition that's been underway these recent years. I talk to a lot of business guys, and they find Vietnam to be the most exciting place in Southeast Asia, and I hear that often. And so I think we need to explore, the attributes and the benefits and the policies of Vietnam on its own, not being a derivative element of some other geopolitics. So that's what our hope is for this conference. And it's unusual to have a dedicated conference. I think there's probably only 2 or 3 other countries where we have a dedicated conference focused on a nation. And that's now the importance of Vietnam for America, and I think it's a bright new day. It's a remarkable transition in my own personal life. I've lived long enough to go through the very lows and now coming to the highs, and it's exciting for us. So delighted to have all of you here. You're all going to play a very important role in the quality of this conference, because you've got to be asking good, hard questions to the speakers. That's what's going to make this conference stronger and even more meaningful. So Greg, let me ask you, come to the stage and get this started for real. I do want to say thank you, all of you, for coming and being here with us. And Ambassador, thank you, and your team. It's been great to work with you, and we look forward to this wonderful morning. Thank you.
Thank you. When you come up after Dr. Hamre, there you go. I either need a box or I need to lower the microphone. Thank you all so much for coming this morning. It's a real pleasure to see you all. This is, as Dr. Hamre said, somewhat unusual for us. We don't usually in the Southeast Asia program have the space and the interest for a full-day conference on just one member of ASEAN. And the fact that we can speaks to the importance of the U.S. Vietnam relationship. So before we formally get into it, I am Greg Poling. I direct the Southeast Asia program here at CSIS, as well as the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative. And everything you're going to hear today is, of course, going to be on the record and streamed on our website. Both those watching online and here in person will have the chance to ask questions throughout the keynotes and the panels. The event is all made possible with the support of Energy Capital Vietnam and the Vietnam America Research and Education Foundation. And we hope that this is not just a one-off conference. In fact, we are using it to formally launch a new Vietnam initiative here at CSIS. This will be the first standalone initiative for a single country within the Southeast Asia program at CSIS. And we certainly hope it won't be the last, but I think it entirely appropriate that it begins with Vietnam, given the close cooperation that we have with counterparts like the DAV in Hanoi and with the embassy and with all of you, and the enormous interest that we get here in Washington among both the U.S. government and up on the Hill, but also the private sector, as you're going to hear throughout the day. Let me start with a few words about our work on Vietnam, and I think how Vietnam has evolved overall here in Washington. As Dr. Hamre said, there is sometimes a bit too much enthusiasm to view the Vietnam relationship through the prism of China, and undoubtedly our strategic alignment on certain things related to China, including the South China Sea and economic coercion, helps provide ballast to this relationship. But the relationship is older than our current tensions with China, and I have no doubt that it will extend well beyond the relationship with China. Vietnam is an enormous draw for U.S. business interest, for U.S. educational interest. Our ability to put our difficult history behind us has provided a degree of stability and broad-based support in the relationship that is rare to find. I'm sure many in this room, and certainly many throughout Washington, have a personal connection to the war and are very happy to see the continued deepening of the partnership as a turning page of the history. Me, myself, my father deployed in '68. And when I tell him that we now have a Vietnam initiative at CSIS and Vietnamese companies are investing billions of dollars in auto manufacturing in North Carolina, and that U.S. defense contractors had the biggest boost at Vietnam's first ever defense expo last year, those things are a bit mind-boggling for him. We have to step back at times and appreciate the rapidity and the remarkable progress that's been made over just the last 30 years since we've normalized ties. Now, with that, I'll leave it to actual experts on the bilateral relationship to delve in more in the panels we're going to have today on economics and high tech and energy, then on security, cooperation, and finally on issues related to educational exchange and addressing legacies of war. But first, we're going to start off with a keynote. We're going to have a pre-recorded message from Minister of Foreign Affairs Bui Thanh Son first, just a few minutes to provide a view from Hanoi, and then I'm going to call up our good friend, the ambassador. But first, let's run the video with Minister Son.
Dr. John Henry, President of CSIS, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to deliver the opening remarks at this important workshop on Vietnam-U.S. relations. The year 2023 marks an historic milestone in Vietnam-U.S. relations. In the spirit of leaving the past behind, overcoming differences, building on commonalities, looking towards the future, our bilateral ties was upgraded to comprehensive strategic partnership for peace, cooperation, and sustainable development during President Joe Biden's visit to Vietnam. This important development reflects the maturity of the relationship after almost 3 decades of normalization and 10 years of comprehensive partnership. It opens up a new exciting era, finally realizing President Ho Chi Minh's vision of having full cooperation with the United States that is profitable to the whole world, as set out in his letter to President Truman in 1946. The upgrade of Vietnam-U.S. relationship is an important component of Vietnam's foreign policy of independence, self-reliance, peace, cooperation, development, diversification, and multilateralization of international relations that aims at bringing about benefits to the people of both countries and at the same time contributing to peace, cooperation, and sustainable development in Southeast Asia and the world at large. Both sides are now focusing on implementation of the 10 pillars of comprehensive strategic partnership, of which economic and trade remains the driver of our relations, and new areas of cooperation such as green and digital transition, climate change, innovation, semiconductor, artificial intelligence will provide fresh impetus to take Vietnam-U.S. relations forward. I would like to express our appreciation to the CSIS, a leading think tank, for your consistent, strong support for Vietnam-U.S. relations over the years. I welcome the CSIS U.S Vietnam Initiative, which will help strengthen exchanges of views and ideas, fostering mutual understanding on both sides. In this spirit, I wish the workshop a great success with many fresh and bold ideas on how to strengthen Vietnam-U.S. cooperation in the years ahead within the framework of the comprehensive strategic partnership I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you to Minister Son and the team at the embassy for helping us get the video from Hanoi. And now let me introduce our keynote speaker to open the morning. We'll be hearing from Ambassador Nguyen, who is the 7th ambassador of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, has been posted here in Washington since January 2022. Foreign Service Officer for more than 3 decades now. He's held various positions, including most recently from 2016 to 2022 as the Deputy Foreign Minister and Vietnam's representative to the ASEAN Senior Officials Meetings. Ambassador Zung, please.
Thank you so much. And good morning. Thank you, Greg, President Dr. John Hamre. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first allow me to express my heartfelt thanks to the CSIS for offering me this gracious invitations, this opportunity. My gratitude also extends to those who are joining us in person and virtually. I know you are all friends, good friends of Vietnam. And it is an honor to address this esteemed audience as we stand at the threshold of the new chapter in Vietnam-U.S. ties. I wish to emphasize the significance of academic cooperation and exchange in fostering the bonds between Vietnam and the United States. This collaboration plays a pivotal role by strengthening mutual understanding, the bedrock of any enduring partnership and friendship. Moreover, it serves as a conduit for vital information sharing, a critical factor in shaping successful policy-making processes. Academic cooperation also stands as a forum where both sides can engage in discussion on difficult or sensitive issues, contributing to the effective implementations of policies. So in this spirit, I highly appreciate the CSIS U.S Vietnam Initiatives. That is very timely after our leaders agreed to elevate the relation to the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, or CSP for short, last September. It aligns with the growing interests and demands of scholars and public in both nations regarding our bilateral ties. As the President said, there is big enthusiasm on that. The initiative, along with today's seminar, mirrors the goals articulated in the September 2023 Vietnam-U.S. Joint Statement and represents a tangible step in implementing the CSP. So before we go into discussion on various aspects of Vietnam-U.S. partnerships, allow me to provide you with a brief recap of Vietnam-U.S. relations, especially the decision to elevate our bilateral ties in September 2023. I aim to address 3 fundamental questions. First, why the upgrade? Why now? And why a CSP? Second, how does Vietnam perceive this new partnership? And third, what steps does Vietnam plan to take to ensure that its CSP with the United States reaches its full potential? So, ladies and gentlemen, let me go right into the first major question: why an upgrade? Why now? And why a CSP and not some other form of partnership? As you can surely still recall, we mentioned many times, during President Joe Biden's historic visit on Vietnam on September 10th last year, the top leaders of our 2 countries issued a joint statement on the elevation of U.S. Vietnam ties to a CSP for the purposes of peace, cooperation, and sustainable development. This upgrade, though historic, is a natural progression. It is first and foremost a crucial step that helps to realize Vietnam's long-standing goal for full cooperation with the United States, as articulated by President Ho Chi Minh in his letter to President Harry Truman in February 1946. Second, it provides an updated framework of cooperation, one that takes into account the remarkable growth in Vietnam's, the shift in U.S. policy towards the region, as well as the noteworthy trends and developments that have shaped the region and the world since 2013. Thirdly, it represents the next logical step following a decade of implementing our comprehensive partnership. The unmistakable growth in Vietnam-US ties, highlighted by a nearly fourfold increase in bilateral trade between 2013 and 2023, underscores the imperative for an upgraded partnership. Finally, the upgrade is in line with Vietnam's foreign policy independence, self-reliance on multilateralizations, and diversification of ties. Besides, it should be noted that by September 2023, the United States remained the only UNSC permanent members with whom Vietnam did not have a strategic partnership. Now, why did we choose 2023 as a year for an upgrade? The timing aligns perfectly with the 10th anniversary of the Comprehensive Partnership, demonstrating a commitment of both sides to ever-deepening cooperation. The strong political will and tireless efforts of our senior leaders, initiated by the pivotal phone call between General Secretary of the party, Nguyen and President Biden in March 2023, helped to accelerate this process. Furthermore, respective policies of Vietnam and the United States toward the region created favorable conditions for the elevations of the Vietnam-US partnership. In November 2022, the United States upgraded its ties with ASEAN to a comprehensive strategic partnership. Vietnam, for its part, made concerted efforts throughout 2023 to strengthen relations with other countries in the regions, including Australia, Indonesia, and Singapore. So why a CSP and not some other form of partnership? Establishing a CSP is not a decision taken by chance. It must align with the strategic interests of both nations. For Vietnam, these interests revolve around peace, independence, and development, as embodied in our vision for social economic development until 2030 and 2045. Recognizing and sharing these goals, the United States has committed to supporting Vietnam in achieving its objectives. In addition, though our two countries continue to work together effectively under the 2013 Comprehensive Partnerships, Vietnam-US ties had long achieved strategic significance in many phases, especially our joint efforts to address regional and global issues. A CSP, then, is not just a label. It establishes a framework that enables Vietnam and the United States to enhance the scope and substance of our cooperation for many years to come. So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the second major question. How does Vietnam perceive its new CSP with the United States? The CSP is fundamentally grounded in principles that have guided Vietnam-US relations for decades, particularly from 2013 to the present. It rests on the pillars of mutual respect, for each other's independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political systems. It embraces the ethos of setting aside the past and looking towards the future. It is designed for both countries to better contribute to peace, stability, cooperation, and development in the region and the world. The CSP serves as a continuation and deepening of the collaborative efforts and joint achievements of our two countries. Out of the 10 pillars of the CSP, 9 are drawn directly from the Comprehensive Partnership. Prioritizing areas that foster development. The partnership identifies economic, trade, and investment cooperation and innovation-driven inclusive growth as core foundations and sources of momentum in the bilateral relationships, while regarding cooperation in science, technology, and digital innovation as a new breakthrough. This aligns with each country's domestic priorities and the overarching objective of the CSP, peace, cooperation, and sustainable development. In the area of defense and security cooperation, the two countries will continue to make steady progress, tailored to the needs and capabilities of each side. Underlying this whole process is Vietnam's steadfast commitment to its foreknowledge defense policies. Noteworthy is the elevation of the regional and global issues to a new 10th pillar, pillar number 10. This reflects a recognition of the depth and scope of Vietnam-U.S. relations, transcending bilateral matters to encompass challenges facing the global community. This additional pillar provides a solid foundation for both sides to coordinate more effectively on a broader stage. In essence, Vietnam views the CSP as a dynamic and forward-looking framework that not only builds upon past successes, but also charts a course for a future marked by greater shared values, deeper mutual understanding, and ever more substantive cooperation at all levels. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let me address the final major question. How does Vietnam plan to implement the CSP? Together with the United States, Vietnam is strongly committed to the full implementation of the CSP by translating the high-level agreements in September 2023 joint statement into tangible measures and activity of cooperation. In fact, this process was kick-started during President Biden's visit to Vietnam when the two sides successfully finalized a plan of action and a memorandum of cooperation on the semiconductor industry. Over the past 4 months, there have been encouraging developments, notably on the occasions of attending multilateral events in the United States. Delegation from Vietnam led by Prime Minister Phạm Minh Chính in September, and Prime Minister and President Võ Văn Thưởng in November, engaged extensively with the U.S. officials and the business community to deliberate on bilateral cooperations, specifically focusing on the implementation of the CSP. Many functional agreements were signed between two sides, agencies, localities, and companies, which helps materialize relevant commitments under the CSP. Additionally, there has been a concerted effort to promote exchanges of business delegation between the two sides, fostering a dynamic environment for economic cooperation. Last December, the U.S. Semiconductor Industry Association, SIA, led a delegation of U.S. semiconductor companies to Vietnam to explore cooperation opportunities arising from the rapid development of the Vietnam's semiconductor ecosystem. Looking ahead to 2024, our emphasis will be on integrating the elements of the CSP into visits, exchanges, and dialogue at all levels. As we are speaking right now, Under Secretary of State Fernandez is in Vietnam to talk with his counterparts about increasing trade opportunities, clean energy promotion, semiconductor and supply chain cooperations, which we consider among the most prioritized issues under the CSP. Besides, we will work with the U.S. to identify each side's needs and ability, paving the way for finding sustainable methods to achieve common objectives. We also hope to set in place a strong mechanisms to coordinate efforts and monitoring the implementation of the CSP. Lastly, we continue to prioritize the building of capacity for implementing the CSP, which includes investing in human resource training to meet the demands of science and technology cooperation. In essence, Vietnam is poised to take proactive measures, engaging in specific and targeted action to realize the vision set forth by the CSP. The commitment to turning aspiration into reality is reflected in the concrete steps already taken and the strategic focus for the year ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, in concluding, I wish to express my deep appreciation for the collaborative efforts between CSIS and the relevant agencies of Vietnam, including our embassy in Washington, D.C. This partnership has proven to be an invaluable complement to our Track 1 engagements with the U.S. government, including the visits by our top leaders, many of whom have spoken at your venues here over the years. So it would also like to call for collaboration between Vietnamese and U.S. scholars, particularly those from CSIS and the U.S. Vietnam Initiatives. Together, let's embark on a journey of research and proposal, contributing fresh ideas and practical recommendations to help realize the full potential of our CSP. During the weekend, a reporter told me it seems that nothing was impossible in the Vietnam-US relationships. Perhaps, I think, he wanted to refer to Ambassador Ted Osers with his book. I could not agree more. And I said, as long as both sides continue to harbor mutual understanding, mutual respect, mutual resolve, and sincerity, we can achieve what we want. So may this spirit continue in many more years to come. So with this, I turn the floor to Greg, yes, for further discussion. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sung, for kicking us off strong. For those still standing in the back, we have some chairs. Please don't be shy. We have a whole open table here. I know people don't like to sit directly in front of the moderator. All right, so we are going to have Q&A with each session, as I said. I'm going to start off abusing the prerogative of the moderator to ask a few questions to the ambassador, but then I'm going to throw it out to all of you. And so if you're in the room, you can do the old-fashioned thing and raise your hand, and I'll call on you. And if you're online, you can type questions in, and we'll be able to see them on a screen here. I will ask everybody when we get to Q&A to remember the 2 cardinal rules. Please identify yourself so the ambassador knows who he's speaking to, and please make your question a question, not a statement or speech. And so with that, Ambassador, let me start off where we're going to start the panels on the economy. there has been myriad announcements, bilateral and multilateral, involving potential investments in Vietnam on clean energy, on critical minerals, on parts of the semiconductor supply chain. Where does Hanoi see the top economic priorities for the U.S. Vietnam Comprehensive Strategic Partnership? And if I can ask you to kind of piggyback another question on that, where does IPEF fit into all of that, if at all?
Okay, thank you. Well, all the areas that you mentioned of the priorities of under the CSP. But above all, with the CSP, we want to build a long-lasting, sustainable economic framework for mutual benefits of both US and Vietnam. We want to have more favorable and open markets for both countries, goods and services. Of course, less cases of investigations. Of course, we want Vietnam to be removed from the U.S. list of non-market economy countries. We deserve that now, yes. And of course, we want more investment. We want the United States to help Vietnam enhance our positions in the global supply chains of high-tech products, and adapt to climate change, and also to meet our our commitment on zero emissions, carbon emissions commitment. That's what we hope and we want to. I think with regard to the IPEF, I think IPEF covers most of those priorities. Therefore, we are supportive of IPEF, and we have been actively participating in the negotiations. But still, we want more. We want more from IPEF. We hope that IPEF will include market access elements one day.
I'm sure that you'd find plenty of support in this room for a hypothetical IPEF that included market access. So in addition to inking the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership with the U.S., Vietnam also recently elevated the relationship with Japan to a CSP. We've heard at least the Australian side say that Canberra is looking for the same soon. Interest in Singapore and Indonesia. Could you speak a little bit to this sudden proliferation of CSPs with what I think the U.S. would call like-minded partners?
All right, you call it a proliferations, but actually, at the latest party congress, the 13th party congress organized in 2021, decided that we should pursue we will continue our foreign policies to continue to broaden, to deepen, and substantialize our ties, our cooperations, our partnership with all countries in the world, especially neighboring countries, big powers, important countries, and traditional partners, traditional friends. The purposes are to create a favorable and a conducive environment for development, and also to take advantage of external resources for our growth, and also to contribute to peace, stability, and sustainable development in the region and in the world. So what we've done is we are implementing that policies. So the establishment of new CSP is also on this line. Also on these lines. We have no hidden agenda. Yeah. And actually, on the other hand, this is also a two-way process. Though, our relation with those partners must be ripe for the operation, for the elevations. And there should be, of course, both sides consent, both sides agreements. And of course, one cannot do it unilaterally. Yes.
Last one from me.
Yeah.
You might have heard we have an election coming up later this year, and you've been posted here for just about 2 years now.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could speak a little bit to the resiliency of support for a close U.S. Vietnam relationship here in Washington and back in Hanoi, administration to administration.
Well, as I said I mentioned in my remarks, the decision to elevate our relationship to CSP was not taken by chance. It is a process which requires both sides' consent, both sides' commitment and efforts. And also is built upon the mutual interests and achievements that we made over decades. So I think that's therefore, there has been a very strong unity or consensus in Vietnam on that. And as far as I know, that there also is a strong support, bipartisan support to the Vietnam-U.S. partnerships here in the U.S. In fact, I have met, all those I met after the elevations, all the Americans, either business people or scholars or politicians, officers. I heard they spoke highly and positively about the CSP. So I believe that the CSP has a strong ground, foundations to sustain. Of course, the focus and of course, like I said, enthusiasms may vary from time to time, depending on the circumstances, it depends on the priority or the developments of the times in each country.
Thank you. Let's open it up to all of you. So if you're in the room, use your hand. I saw Tom first, and then Murray. And then if you're online, go ahead and type your questions in. And in theory, they'll appear for me here. We have a stand mic on this side of the room. So Tom, you're closest to it, right over here. And if you would like to ask a question beyond the first two that I saw, if you want to just kind of move toward the mic, and I'll pick you out over there. And please, identify yourself.
Mr. Ambassador, I'm Tom Reckford with the Foreign Policy Discussion Group. In talking about the CSP, you talked about defense and security cooperation, but didn't elaborate. I wonder if you could discuss with us just what do you expect to come from this cooperation?
Defense. Should I?
We'll just do one at a time.
Okay. Well, as I also mentioned in my remarks already, but maybe not enough for you to not satisfy you. But you see, I said security and defense is a very important pillar of our of the CSP. But of course, it will be conducted in the way that aligned with our capabilities and needs. And of course, the purpose is to bring peace, stability into the regions, not to make anyone feel alerted or it is beyond our capabilities, etc. So we agree on that, yes. And but it's on the move. We make progress on cooperations. Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to make a bold prediction that you have a trend in the upcoming questions coming. Peter?
Ambassador, I am Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. Folks who escape from North Korea make their way across China and then have to secretly pass through Vietnam to get to their ultimate freedom in Thailand. And if caught in Vietnam, they can be repatriated to Pyongyang with very sad consequences. This policy certainly disturbs the U.S. and like-minded nations. And I'm wondering if perhaps Vietnam might reconsider detaining these people and allow them simply to pass to Hanoi Airport. The U.S. and the West in general would view this as a tremendous gift, and I wonder if Vietnam might reconsider the policy soon.
Thank you. We'll consider that. But actually, it's a very sensitive issues, very sensitive issues. We don't want it to happen to our citizens. If our citizens flee to other countries and then we'll assisted by other countries to flee to other countries, etc., it's complicated. But actually, we understand your point. We understand your points. We'll consider that. But in the past, if you follow maybe 10 years ago, more than 10, 15, 20, when I was assistant to the Prime Minister, to the Foreign Minister, I recall that we did send several hundreds North Koreans to South Korea. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, and I had no idea about the specific case or individuals. I have no information about that. But okay, we take that. We'll consider that.
Okay, let's take one online and then we'll come back to those lined up here. So we have Nguyen from the Voice of America asks, how does Vietnam want the U.S. to perceive its community of shared future with China? How does that affect U.S. Vietnam Comprehensive Strategic Partnership?
I see.
Yeah.
Right. You know, Vietnam is the seventh country to establish that kind of relationship with China. 7 countries in ASEAN. Outside of ASEAN, there are several others as well. But within ASEAN, we are number 7. I think it's very normal because I think it's nothing more than the CSP that we had with China. But it's just, the contents. There are another, we call it the six pillars of the future community of shared futures. If you read it, I think it's almost the same like a CSP. But of course, we express our wish to strengthen, to enhance all areas of cooperation. It's nothing special. And we explain that also to the U.S. And I think the United States also understand.
I suspect Lay's quote from that might be, it's nothing special. Let's go to Isaac.
Isaac Carden from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. This is related to the to the last question, but it's notable that China also has a comprehensive strategic partnership with Vietnam, and I appreciate you explaining this broader diplomacy on Vietnam's part. How would you help a Washington audience understand the American Comprehensive Strategic Partnership and the Chinese Strategic Partnership together? What are the security, in particular, goals that Vietnam has in each of these relationships? Thanks.
Yeah, we don't have CSPs only with the U.S. and China. We have so many with many others. So the content of the CSP with each partner will depend on the specific ability of each countries, of the priority of each countries. Sometimes even we cannot compare because it depends on the very specific circumstances. But I think that's only good. That's a kind of complement to each other's, yeah. Because it's based on the mutual interests of the two nations, and also it's based on the prevailing trends of the regions and the world at last. Okay.
Thank you. Next, sir.
Good morning. My name is Terry Province with the Vietnam Peace Commemoration Committee. And thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your comments. And I'd like to thank CSIS for hosting this event. I appreciated very much what you said about the strategic partnership not looking back, but looking forward. But if you will, with all due respect, there was reference made before your opening talk about how people in the United States are adjusting mentally, psychologically to a change of a relationship between the United States and Vietnam. But the Vietnamese never invaded the United States, and that might be different for the Vietnamese people. Could you possibly say a little bit about the struggle of the Vietnamese people to understand sort of what was once enmity now becoming friendship? I know there's no typical Vietnamese person as there's no typical U.S. person, but to suggest here that there is this ongoing discussion here and not everybody is on board, more young people are understanding, there's still a segment of the society that doesn't want to make that move. Could you talk about the Vietnamese people, please?
Actually, I think the Vietnamese are very forgiving nations. Why? Because look in the history, we had a very difficult history. We had so many wars with many countries, and we had to live on that. And we learned lessons from that. And it's important for us to live on. So if we keep the hostilities, enmity, we cannot live with anyone because we have war with many people, many powers. So we have to be forgiving, And you know, we always distinguish as the teaching of our president Ho Chi Minh. He taught us we have to distinguish between the enemy and the people and the good people. We never thought that Americans are our enemy. We only fought against what we call at the time was American imperialists. Though we invaded us, we fought against us. But the American people are good people. And thanks to the American people, the war stopped. So we are grateful for that, So I think we don't forget the past, but we always say that we put it aside, set aside the past, and look forward to the future, look towards to the future. Yeah.
I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go back online. We have John Goyer with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. John asks, should the U.S. Department of Commerce not reach a positive conclusion in the NME, the non-market economy review, what impact do you think this will have on the bilateral relationship?
I think it's very bad. Because, you know, Vietnam is, you can imagine, Vietnam is among 12 countries in the list. Non-market economy countries, only 12 in the U.S. list. And we are the only one in ASEAN. Can you imagine with what we've done, what we've been trying for, and look at the relationship between our two countries. Is it acceptable that Vietnam is among the 12 countries, the worst, the best, the worst in the world? I don't want to name other countries, but you know, there are a lot more. There are a lot more should be in the list, and Vietnam is not. Yeah. So it's cannot acceptable. So I think if the OC turned down, I think it would be very, very bad for the two countries. Yeah.
Anybody else? I know the stand mic's a long way to walk, but it's right there. All right, we have another coming in online. Lan Lei with Radio Free Asia. Why has Vietnam waited almost 50 years to upgrade the relationship with the U.S. to the CSP, while Vietnam has upgraded to such relationship with other countries much earlier?
It's very simple, because we used to be enemy. We need time. It takes time, and I think 50 years not very long. Yeah. Nothing is impossible. Yes.
For those online, Ambassador Ted Osius just walked in. Got not one but two plugs for your book. You missed the first one. I haven't gotten any plugs for my book, for the record. Peter, I'll give you another one.
Ambassador, is Vietnam looking at the BRICS?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are looking for that, but we haven't decided yet. Yeah, let's see. It's based on the national interest. We'll see if it's we make enough benefit, then we will on otherwise.
All right, we have another one from Henry. Henry, if you don't want to use the mic, I'm going to have to repeat your question because those online still won't hear you.
Mr. Ambassador, are you satisfied with the efforts regarding unexploded ordnance and other matters like that?
All right, so the question is whether or not the ambassador is satisfied with U.S. efforts to support clearance of UXO, unexploded ordnance.
I can see progress. I can see the efforts made. But it had not been enough to say that I'm satisfied. Because we have to, so many things that we have to do and to speed up the process as well. That's why it's too late. Children, you know, still be injured or wounded by those remain unexploded ordnance. So we have to hurry up. We need more funding. We need more efforts. But I acknowledge that there have been a lot of efforts already made. Yeah, thank you.
Any final question? Isaac, you want a second? Go ahead.
Sure. I'm curious more specifically on the security relationship with China. What was discussed or what do you expect to happen in the South China Sea between China and Vietnam?
So, for those online, the question is, what does the ambassador expect on the security cooperation between China and Vietnam in the South China Sea? I think referencing one of the points in the joint communique when Xi Jinping was in Hanoi a month ago.
I hope a lot, but I expect maybe less than that. But you know, it's, South China Sea is a big issue between Vietnam and China. We have overlapped. You have disputes on the territorial claims. But our policy is to solve all disputes by peaceful means, in line with international law, especially the 1982 UNCLOS. The dispute of territory is very sensitive and very difficult to solve in a fortnight. We know that. But both sides should restrain to practice, should exercise some restraints, not to let those disputes into conflict. I hope the Chinese authority understand that. And actually, there are several mechanisms for Vietnam and China to talk. And here we have an expert on the South China Sea. Yeah. Maybe later you can pose a question to him. But for me, you asked about the expectations. So what we expect is to hope that we can live in peace despite of dispute on the seas. Thank you. Because our overall relation is much more important to each other. Yes.
Okay, and we have one more.
Thank you very much. My name is Nguyen. I'm Vietnamese American. Live here in Washington, D.C. I just learned that you say that we're making progress, but you're still not happy yet. However, just assume that today you meet President Biden. He asks you for one advice. What will you tell him? And also today, you received a phone call from Hanoi. The Prime Minister on the line. What advice you give to the Prime Minister to make it better? Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's not an easy question. I hope I can meet him. But actually, I will say to President Biden that what we have done is great, but still we have to do a lot more. And time is not waiting for us, especially with regard to the world legacy, the addressing world legacy. Time is running out. We have to speed up, and we need more fun. We need more efforts. Please help us. Yeah. And to the Prime Minister, I talk to him very often, but he always urged me to bring more business to Vietnam. And I will say to him that I'm trying. I'm doing my best with the assistance of my colleagues here, my friends here. Yes, State Officer, he is helping us with Genie Food. They are so helpful on that. Thank you.
Okay, that is going to be it for our opening keynote. We're going to come back at 10:45 to start the first panel, which will be on the economic relationship. But before you go get caffeinated, please join me in thanking the ambassador for his time.
Thank you so much.
All right, if folks could start making their way back to their seats, we're going to begin shortly. Thank you. All right, if folks wouldn't mind taking their seats, please, we're about to begin. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Andreka Natalagawa. I'm an Associate Fellow for Southeast Asia here at CSIS, and I'm pleased to be moderating a panel on trade, technology, and energy. And as we've heard from the session before, these are some of the issues that are the key driver in the U.S. Vietnam relationship right now. And we've assembled an all-star panel for you today to talk through these issues. Going down the line, we have Dr. Can Van Luc, who is the chief economist for the Bank of Investment and Development of Vietnam. He is also the president of the BIDV Training and Research Institute. We're thrilled to have you here. We have Aaron Murphy, who is a senior fellow for the Asia program here at CSIS. Aaron has had a long career in public service and in the private sector, including serving as an analyst on Asian political and foreign affairs issues at the CIA, working as the director for the Indo-Pacific at the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, among other roles. She's also the author of Burmese Haze, U.S. Policy, and Myanmar's Opening and Closing. And then last but not least, we have Ambassador Ted Osius, who is the president and CEO of the U.S. ASEAN Business Council. Ambassador Osius served as a diplomat for over 30 years, most relevant to this panel, of course, as ambassador to Vietnam from 2014 to 2017. And as we've heard before, is also the author of Nothing is Impossible, America's Reconciliation with Vietnam. So again, all-star panel, happy to have you here. We're gonna kick off with brief presentations from each of the panelists and then begin a moderated question and answer session, including questions from the floor. So happy to take those later on. And with that, I'll kick us off with Dr. Luc.
Yeah. Sit here, right? Or is this that? Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. The CSIS and also Vietnam Embassy in the USA for inviting me to come here and talk to you at a very important event today. And we are now very delighted and enthusiastic, like the American here this morning, about the CSP. That was set up by Vietnam and American governments a few months ago. And we're also very happy to see the talk by our ambassador. I think we really like that, and we really agree with him on those key points. So in following that, I will start by having a very brief presentation on the economic pillar as one of the key pillars for our CSP. Okay, I will spend maybe about 7 minutes as a background information for our future discussion. Can I have my slide, please?
Could we get the slides up?
Yeah. I have a few slides here, don't worry. All right, yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you. All right, so I will address 3 key points. The first question is about, how does Vietnam economy look like nowadays, and the outlook in 2 years' time, all right, and maybe even longer. And then how about the potential for our CSP, as our ambassador have talked about. And then I talk a little bit about some of the key implications for our partnership. All right, so this is some of the key ranking for Vietnam in terms of population size, in terms of the economy size, in terms of income per capita, and other recent indices like a Global Innovation Index and Talent Competition Index, and also the Global Peace Index as well. So basically, Vietnam is a fast-growing economy, all right? But we are still a low-income economy. If you look at our income per capita, and you can see it. But on the other pillars, like a peace, like innovation, like talent, competitiveness, we have quite a good ranks on that, okay? Compared to our similar income peer groups. So this is the long story for Vietnam economic performance. We started our reform in 1986. Okay, we are going to celebrate our 40th anniversary of the reform for Vietnam. And you can see that Vietnam has been growing on average per year about 6.33% per annum in the past nearly 40 decades. Okay, 40 decades. And good news for Vietnam is that we haven't got any economic crisis. That's very good news for Vietnam. So you see, that's why the income per capita for Vietnam has increased very fast at about 5.5% per annum. So starting from some $100 per capita, and now it's about 4,200 US dollar, okay, per capita. Okay, so this is the economic performance for Vietnam in the past 8 years. Okay, 2016 up to now. So you can see that in the past 8 years, Vietnam has been growing at about, roughly about 6% per annum. Last year, 2023, Vietnam was growing at about 5%. Given the global downturn last year, growing at about only 2.6% as the World Bank indicated. Okay, and we have also quite low inflation rate, only about 3% in the past 3 to 4 years. All right, we also are doing a good job in terms of private consumption, in terms of investment, especially for the FDI, foreign direct investment into Vietnam. It was a boom for Vietnam last year. $36 billion, new capital. Okay, and the disbursed or the spent FDI last year was about $23 million, about 4% higher compared to the year before. All right, so let me continue. So this is our medium-term short-term plan and also the long-term plan, okay, by 2025 and by 2030. So if we look at here, it is stated by our 13th Party Congress, as our ambassador said some time ago. So you can see that we have got very clear targets for the medium and long-term strategy, okay? So look at the GDP growth, should be about 6 to 7%. And if we look at some of the key targets here, for example, the FDI target, the digital economy target, we are trying to have, let's say, the digital economy size to be about 20% of GDP for Vietnam 2025 and 30% by 2030. I talk about this because one of our key pillars of our CSP is innovation and digital economy, okay? And we look at trade as one of the key pillars for our CSP as well. So you can see that every year Vietnam has got about $700 billion for trade of Vietnam nowadays. 180% GDP of Vietnam, a very open economy, if you talk about the trade openness. And here are our key trading partners. You can see that USA, has been ranking #1 in Vietnam's export market, accounting for between 27 to 30% of the total exports for Vietnam. China is also #1 for the import market for Vietnam, accounting for about 33% of the total market share for import for Vietnam, okay? Following by EU, Japan, South Korea, and ASEAN, of course. So this is the trade for Vietnam with the main partners last year. Okay, you can look at the green color, that is export, and the red color, that is imports by Vietnam. So if we look at this figure, what can this one tell us? I think you see two important implications. The first one, for the trade between Vietnam and US, we can develop more, we can grow more in both export and also import. Especially for import, Vietnam might import more from America, especially some of the products I'll talk to you later. For example, Boeing, Boeing aircrafts, a very big deal now. Yesterday I talked to U.S. Exim Bank at the embassy, and they are very keen on financing for the Boeing aircraft to be sold to Vietnam. And that could help reducing the trade deficit between America and Vietnam, a very big deal. And I hope it will become true in the coming future. So we looked at last year's trade performance. Actually, it was not doing very well, even for Vietnam, because of the global economic downturn last year. Okay, so if we look at the export from Vietnam to the USA, last year it declined about 11%. The same for import, declined more than 4%. So this year we hope that it will recover. It will recover. And the trade between Vietnam and USA will become, let's say, much more balanced, and also will be growing in the coming time. Okay, so for the particular Vietnam and US trade partnership. So I talked to you before, the US now is #1 for Vietnam export market. Okay, the trade between the two countries last year was about $110 billion. It's 246 times compared to 1995. Why I talk about 1995? Because it was the first year after the US lifted embargo against Vietnam. And next week we are going to celebrate the 30th embargo lifting in Hanoi next week. Okay, so we see, and it's about 4.4 times, okay, compared to more than 10 years ago. So it has been growing very fast, more than 20% per annum in the past 5 years. What are the key exports from Vietnam to America? You can see that textile and garments, the main one, following by computers, machinery, iPhone, smartphone, accessory, wood products, seafood, and also some other, agricultural products like coffee and rice recently. What are the key imports by Vietnam from America? They are computers, machinery, plastic raw materials, cotton, chemicals, and I hope in the coming future will be more. Okay, for example, aircrafts, and maybe medical facilities. Okay, for the FDI inflows into Vietnam, I talked to you before. Every year, Vietnam could attract about more than $30 billion new FDI capital. Okay, for the spend or disbursed capital, for FDI in Vietnam, it's normally more than $20 billion. Okay, and here are our key FDI investors into Vietnam. You can see that the top one is Korea because of the Samsung big investment into Vietnam, and USA is now ranking number 11. With about $11 billion, okay? And with about 1,300 projects from America into Vietnam. We do hope that after our CSP, it will become bigger, and USA will become in the top, let's say top 10 or top 7 or top 5, sometime in the future, hopefully. For the digital economy for Vietnam, it has been doing very well. If we look at here, you can see that the digital economy of Vietnam has been growing and will be growing at about 30% per annum. And that is the fastest among the ASEAN states. So I show this one because I think there's room, for digital economy cooperation between Vietnam and America. Okay, so how about the new FTAs for Vietnam, especially CPTPP and also RCEP? You can see that they are very much beneficial to Vietnam. Vietnam, now I talked to you before, is a very open economy with 16 new FTAs. And that will be beneficial to Vietnam and also to America when USA is trying to boost more export and import with Vietnam. Okay, finally, I talk about a very key sector, that is the power or energy sector. And this is our master plan for power transition. So you can see that, okay, 2023, we still have a lot of coal or thermal power, accounting for about 60% or even more. But we are trying to reduce this component, okay, down to about 20% by 2030 and maybe 0% by 2050. That's a very ambitious goal for Vietnam. Okay, along with that, we need to develop the renewable energy. Renewable energy now accounting for about 16%. And it will become 30% by 2030. It will be over 60% by 2050. And that's why I think this is a very much a big room and potential for our CSP in terms of energy sector. Okay, so having said that, I think there are a lot of implications for the Vietnam and U.S. partnership. In terms of trade, I think we can develop more. There's much room to develop that. Okay, Vietnam should import more, as I talked to you, from America. Okay, especially the agricultural products and some kind of green product in the coming future. Okay, healthcare facilities and maybe aircrafts by Boeing, as I talked to you. Okay, for distribution, e-commerce is a very key pillar for trade now between Vietnam and many other countries. Given Vietnam and USA, we have a very long distance. So e-commerce, I think, could help to, to narrow that space. Okay, in terms of investment opportunities, I think also a lot of opportunities. I talked to you before, Vietnam will be trying to grow at about 6 to 7% per annum from now until 2030 and 2045 to become a high-income economy. Okay, so we are also having a rising middle class, now accounting for about 1/3 of Vietnam economy of 100 million people are in the middle class. And it's growing very fast at about 6 to 8% per annum for the middle class. Okay, some of the potential sectors, it could be agricultural business, it could be ICT, it could be healthcare services, education, and tourism. I talk about tourism because you should know that before the COVID-19, there were about 750,000 U.S. visitors coming to Vietnam every year. Last year, it was about 700,000. So we could expect more, maybe 1 million visitors coming from U.S. sometime in the future. Okay, and of course, other sector like aviation, all right, and of course, as our ambassador said before, climate financing. Okay, and we should also be capitalizing on the continued investment shift from China, from Hong Kong, and from other territories into Vietnam. I think Vietnam and America should take opportunity on that. Okay, so thank you very much, and I would like to stop my presentation here, and we look forward to our Q&A and discussion session. Thank you.
All right, Aaron.
Thank you, Andreka, and thank you to the Southeast Asia program, and thank you all for joining today. And I'm pleased to be joined by such great panelists as well. So I'm going to be talking about the technology, which includes the tech industry and semiconductor industry in Vietnam. I think when you look at the September Biden visit to Vietnam and the agreements that were forged during that time and the focus that was culminated during that trip, I think you can see what place Vietnam has in that economic relationship and where its economy is and where the development of its tech industry is. And it's really exciting. So I'm going to run a lot of facts and figures by you, but I think it's really quite exciting. There's, of course, a lot of challenges there, as there is with anything, but I think what the United States sees, especially with its policy in terms of solidifying its relationships with the Indo-Pacific, particularly with Southeast Asian countries. Vietnam is certainly one of those top countries it wants to strengthen its relationship with, but finding a way for these countries to play a role in diversifying and building a more resilient supply chains, especially when it comes to digital trade, especially when it comes to critical supply chains like a semiconductor or a digital economy. And for Vietnam, it has a lot going for it. And a lot of that comes back to decisions that were made and investments that were made in the mid-90s. And it's kind of coming to culmination now. And then there's other items that are just in play that really shows that the country has a lot going for it. I mean, for one, 70% of its 98 million population is under the age of 35. They're highly literate, they're highly digital literate, and that just really makes for a high tech forward, digital literate population. There's a strong startup culture. There's international investors, some of which have been there since the mid-90s. IBM has been there for a long time, and I know Ambassador Osius is well aware of this and will probably focus on some of this as well. But investors in the tech industry and semiconductor industry from the United States, South Korea, Germany. You also have brand name companies like Google, Intel, Apple, Dell, Microsoft, and Samsung, and they actively recruit from Vietnam's top engineering schools and other graduate schools. Vietnamese government has put forward tax incentives that makes it easier for foreign investors to go in. IT innovation, the Financial Times did a survey that out of 51 countries that they surveyed, Vietnam was one of the world's fastest growing in terms of IT innovation. Their internet economy hit 16% growth year on year in 2020, the highest in Southeast Asia. And that's saying a lot. Southeast Asia is very fast growing. So, I mean, that's saying a lot. And they could reach gross merchandise value of $220 billion by 2030. Their semiconductor industry is becoming a critical industry. Intel has been investing there since 2006. It's focused mostly on packaging and testing, but there's opportunity for growth there. The semiconductor industry is obviously a very complex industry, but there's opportunity for growth. So this is a very exciting time. Southeast Asia is a very exciting place. You have Indonesia and Malaysia as well, but Vietnam, I think, has been an area of focus in terms of diversifying and shifting supply chains, whether it's in manufacturing, away from China, including consumer electronics, garments and textiles, but in tech as well. Very exciting tech industry and startups in all types of industries: healthcare, telehealth, financial services, food services, and the service industry, ag tech, all types of things, crypto if you like it, and of course video games, and who doesn't love that, especially during the pandemic. But when you look at the Biden trip, and I think for me it was a really just a poignant moment, because to have the president go there and have the relationship, as Dr. Look talked about, elevated to such a way, I mean, it's really an amazing thing to think about. That, you know, just from a personal standpoint, when I was young, all I heard about was the Vietnam War. It was something in my household that I grew up with. And it was a very sensitive topic in my household and among my friends and their parents. And for me to travel to Vietnam and work on strengthening it, both in my private sector capacity, my public sector capacity, and to be here in a room with all of you, I mean, and to talk about these steps that we've taken is really, I think, an amazing thing. And I hope that we don't forget how far this relationship has come. And then to look at the Biden trip and the absolutely normal things that they were talking about and the way that we're strengthening the relationship and taking it to the next step. I should also point out that I also worked a lot in Japan, and my grandparents were engaged on December 7th, 1941, and then I went to go off and teach English in Japan, so my family's wondering what the heck I'm doing with my life and where I'm going, but all about rebuilding relationships. But the Biden trip, I think, really put Vietnam straight in its policy building, in its critical supply chains, in its trade policy. Vietnam, as part of IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, as part of its infrastructure building. And there was a strong focus on semiconductors. And the work that it was looking at was focused on the semiconductor capability and skilled workforce. The skilled workforce piece is an issue that is not just going to affect Vietnam. Vietnam will have about 5,000 to 6,000 skilled engineers. In a decade, we're going to need about 50,000. The United States doesn't have that. China will not have that. Taiwan will not have that. And recently we had a conference in October in Taiwan, and one of the issues that they're running into in younger generations is that a fab runs 24/7 on the weekends, at night. You cannot convince, and you can't bring your phone in to a facility. It's really hard to convince folks that they want to do overnight shifts and work on the weekends in a fab. No matter how much you get paid, it's very hard to convince folks that they want to do that, even if it's skilled labor, even if it's a good job. But it's also going to be hard to get the folks that you need skilled and ready for those types of jobs, especially when so many countries are focused on these industries. It's going to be very difficult. The Biden administration is also providing $2 million in funding for workforce development. There's also an expectation that there's going to be private sector mobilization. That's a pretty high expectation. So some of these deliverables are focused or having this promise that the private sector will jump in and help. That's not a guarantee. Work on regional collaboration on the supply chain so that there will be efforts to make sure that Vietnam, the United States are also working with regional partners in Southeast Asia joint research and development work, and also doing, expanding advanced materials and building, well, the United States isn't promising this, but other companies are looking in Vietnam to look at a fab facility and expanding the type of semiconductor work beyond what Vietnam is doing already. These are all great efforts, but as I say, semiconductor work is pretty complicated. If you ask me questions about, nanometers and, all this stuff, I'm not a semiconductor expert. I can talk about some stuff, but Vietnam eventually will have to make a choice as to where it fits in the supply chain on semiconductors, what type of nanometer, what size, what piece of the pie will it make? Will it make semiconductors for washing machines or for dual-use technology? Will it be for cars? Will it be for toothbrushes? I mean, it could really have a lot of applications, but there will be some issues. It's making sure the investment environment is clear for it. The electrification is there to run a fab facility. Fabs take 20 years to build. It is a huge undertaking. It costs billions of dollars to build that. So if you have a company that's interested, making sure that the financing is there for it, it's specialized, and making sure that the engineers are there to be able to staff that. So there are challenges ahead. I know that there's a lot of enthusiasm to do that. There's certainly a lot of enthusiasm on this side, and that's bipartisan. So regardless of what happens around the world in our global election season, we shall see. But it's an exciting time. I don't say that often in an election year, but for something like this, I think there is. And with that, I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And Ambassador Osius.
Andreka, thank you. Thanks to CSIS for including me, and thanks to my panelists. Also, thank you to my friend, Ambassador Zum, among other things, for mentioning the book. Thank you. I want to put give you a few contextual remarks and then switch to the topic of energy that Greg asked me to focus on. And you saw those terrific slides that Dr. Luc prepared. At one point, he was able to show the change in the relationship over the last 30 years since Jenny and I first started going there. When we first went there, there was less than $1 million a year in two-way trade. And when your graph hit its peak, 2022, that was 138 billion. I think the number is 246 times. The growth is 246 times in 30 years. That's really something. I mean, there's been a lot of things that have been very extraordinary about the past 30 years in the relationship, but that economic growth has to rank very close to the top. During the past 30 years, we've grown the economic, the political, the security relationship. We've grown the relationship in science and technology, in health, climate, energy, and education. And I think these are mutually reinforcing. That as you're making progress in one part of the relationship, you speed up the progress in another part. And what we now have, and Aaron and others have highlighted it with the visit of President Biden and the upgrading of the relationship, we have a situation where two powerful partners share a common vision of an open, connected, prosperous, resilient, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. And that's pretty extraordinary. I want to take issue just with one element of Dr. Luc's presentation. Of course, Singapore is number 2, Korea is number 1 as investor, Singapore is number 2. Now that includes very well-known Singaporean companies such as Coke and Pepsi and other American companies that have decided to invest in Vietnam through Singapore. So if you really were to separate those numbers and see where is that money coming from, we are higher than 11. A lot of the companies choose to invest through Singapore because there's contract sanctity. It provides a fair amount of regulatory certainty. And that's been a pattern for as long as we've watched this economic relationship grow. And Dr. Luc also pointed how fast foreign investment has been coming in, and not just from the United States. And it was Ginny who said to me, investment follows trade. So the trade grows, and then companies get really interested, and then the investment follows, and that's what's been happening. And in 2023, it was record-breaking export turnover, and then an enormous amount of foreign direct investment. I run the U.S. ASEAN Business Council. We represent 175 companies, mostly U.S. companies, worth about $7 trillion. And our members consider Vietnam a strategic market. Last year, when I led a business mission to Vietnam, we had a record-breaking 52 companies. We looked at the areas of opportunity that Dr. Look stressed: financial services, energy, ICT, aviation, health and life sciences, travel and tourism, infrastructure, education, retail, food and ag. And we're going back. We'll be there again in the week of March 18, and look forward to again delving into the opportunities that Vietnam provides. Now, energy. Greg wanted me to focus specifically on energy, and you saw those great graphics where Vietnam is in 2023, how predominant coal is, and where it wants to be in 2030 and then in 2045, which is a very different energy mix. These goals are very ambitious. The goals for this energy transition are extraordinary, and they're driven in part by a decision at COP26 to set out net zero goals by 2050. And last year, the Vietnamese government approved Power Development Plan 8, PDP 8, which shows that there's enormous amount of capital requirement for this energy transition. More than $134 billion by 2030 to achieve the goals that you've seen, which is about $12 or $13 billion a year. And then an additional $400 to $530 billion for the period of up to 2050 to achieve those goals. This commitment has inspired, it's daunting, but it's also inspired a lot of interest from companies, and the international community has been stepping up. You'll have heard of the Just Energy Transition Program, which is a $15.5 billion commitment led by countries such as Japan and the United States. But as John Kerry and Gina Raimondo said when we had all the ASEAN heads of state together, these goals of an energy transition are simply not possible without an enormous commitment by the private sector. So when we visited Vietnam last year, we engaged with the Prime Minister and Vuong Dinh Huê, the National Assembly Chairman, and key ministers and vice ministers on the opportunities of the energy transition. And we also heard about the challenges of balancing energy security with this shift to green energy. Because if you're going to have the kind of growth that Vietnam has, you need to have that reliable, steady source of energy, but you also have to meet the demands of companies such as Aaron was highlighting that are going to come in and they want to be able to source from clean sources. They don't want their energy to come from coal plants. And what we are seeing in the private sector is a strong commitment to supporting this energy transition, but also realization that a lot has to be done to achieve those very ambitious goals. And feedback from our companies suggests that there are a number of things that Vietnam needs from the Vietnamese government. One is, is clarity on the country's direction and targets. And the approval of PDP 8 was one step. There's also a recently announced resource mobilization plan to implement the JET-P announced by the Prime Minister Chin in Dubai. These are very much welcomed by investors. There's also a desire for more clarification on the implementation of PDP-8 and a clear mechanism and internationally bankable power purchase agreements, including pricing for renewable energy. And I joined Secretary Raimondo when she brought in a lot of investors to talk about how to implement the third pillar of IPEF, the clean energy pillar. And this was the focus of all of those investors. These are the big investors like BlackRock and Carlyle and KKR and the Canadian pension funds. And they want bankable projects, and they want to know that those projects, there's been a lot of due diligence done on those projects, and then they'll be ready to move. But they're uneasy at the way, they're uneasy with the level of clarity that they face currently. There's also a request for desire for a regulatory framework that consistently supports foreign investment, reduces barriers to entry, and minimizes administrative burdens. And we've seen a lot of progress in that direction, and I don't want to understate any of that progress, but there's a desire for continued movement in that direction. So I think, as you've heard from the previous speakers, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to utilize international support, including America's support, to use capital, technical expertise, and human resources to propel further growth so that the goals that Dr. Luc laid out and the goals that have been set by the Vietnamese government can be achieved. And I think with this upgrade to a comprehensive strategic partnership, there are greater opportunities for us, meaning the United States, than ever before. I hope we'll take advantage of this moment. Thanks very much.
Thank you to all of our speakers. So we're going to move ahead into a moderated conversation with questions as well from the floor. So if you do have questions, please feel free to line up. If you're online, you're welcome to enter your questions into the online form. But to kick us off with a few broad questions that I'll ask, when we talk about the reorientation of manufacturing and trade around the region that we're seeing right now, Vietnam is often seen as being a winner relative to its neighbors in ASEAN and in the region. We've talked about this throughout the panel, but I wanted to drive deeper into it now. Why is this the case? Why Vietnam? What is Vietnam doing that its neighbors aren't? And how can Hanoi maintain this momentum moving forward? So, happy to pass that over to whoever wants to take it.
You want me to start?
Sure.
So I have a lot of delegations from all of the ASEAN countries coming, and what has been really interesting over the past year and a half, I'd say, is how many delegations come in and say, what is Vietnam doing that we're not doing? So it's a rephrasing of that question. But business people from around the region are watching Vietnam and saying, wait a minute, there's all of this diversification, and a whole lot of companies have chosen to, if they're diversifying and out of China, for example, they've chosen Vietnam as a destination for their investment. And I think it's because the government's been bending over backwards to find ways to accommodate the needs of foreign investors. We see that in our business missions when the Prime Minister gathers all of the ministers together and says, have you fixed this problem? Have you fixed this problem? It's an incredibly forward-leaning approach to investors. Now, does that mean all the problems are fixed? No, it does not. There are still many challenges to be resolved, but there is a willingness at the top in particular to make sure that issues are resolved, and there's a willingness to offer incentives to bring in the kind of foreign investment. And I think Aaron was very, very clear about how this desire for innovation to be part of to really grow the digital economy. And so I think we've seen a lot of investments in that area, but I think in more traditional areas of the relationship as well.
So I think one other thing that Vietnam has done that, other countries in the region haven't done is, and it took a while to get there, was that they went out on road shows to attract business to the country. I worked on Myanmar for a number of years, and in the good days, they kind of sat back and felt that investment would just come to them because they were new and exciting, and realized it wasn't coming, or it was slow to come. And I mean, part of that was that anyone who did come saw the enormous challenges that were there, but didn't quite grasp that you kind of have to go out and get it as well, and need to show what it is that you have to offer. And so they started having more business missions and having big forums and places that businesses could come and others could show, proposals and whatnot. But Vietnam, I think, was much better about going out to other countries and having road shows about what the investment opportunities were, where you could go. And again, some of the decisions that were made in the 90s and the 2000s, like building science parks and high-tech parks and having these centers of investment, I think were good decisions early on to attract that FDI, and making decisions about where to attract that investment. But the other thing is that, you can attract it, but you have to keep it. So high quality investment, that if you're going to make electronics or garments or textiles, that you have to have the quality to keep the businesses there. And I think that Vietnam was able to deliver with its skilled workforce.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I just would like to add a few more points. I was invited by the Japan Economic Research Institute coming to them and talk to them about how Vietnam could surpass the Philippines in 2020 in terms of income per capita. And we have identified 4 key factors. The first one, I know Vietnam started to open our economy very soon, and what we call economic integration, whereby Vietnam is a very export-oriented economy. I talked to you, and Ambassador Ted just talked to you already. We are very much export-oriented economy. Number 2, why Vietnam is export-oriented economy? Because we also rely more on the FDI sector compared to other ASEAN states. FDI sector in Vietnam accounts for about 20% of Vietnam's GDP. They account for about 72% of Vietnam's exports. And they employ roughly about 7 to 8 million workers. So, as Ambassador Osius talked to you before, the Vietnamese government is very willing to open to the foreign investors. Maybe Madam Virginia Foot might talk to you later. Our PM is ready to talk to the foreign investors every year at the business dialogue every year. Okay? That's the second reason. The third reason, we also, a little bit fortunate in terms of location. So when we talk about the investment shift, we talk about supply chain diversification, and then it happens to Vietnam. Okay, several investment, several production sites have moved actually from China into Vietnam because of the China Plus One and other factors. And finally, because of our reasonable labor costs, very much reasonable. Okay, it's rising, but it's still very much reasonable compared to Thailand, compared to China, compared to Malaysia, at the same standard. That's why a lot of new factories from Taiwan, from South Korea, from Singapore, and even from America, okay, they come and then they open their factories in Vietnam because of these factors. Okay, but how about in the future? In the future, this year and from now on, we are the same as the USA. We are applying the global minimum corporate tax, 15%. Okay, that's the global standard. We need to apply, and then we have already decided to have got some kind of support policy for those FDI companies that are affected by that policy. The National Assembly already passed a very important resolution on that. And we are going to clarify, and we're also going to detail, that plan in the coming time. But we need to do more, especially in terms of, legal framework, in terms of, administrative procedures, okay, and also in terms of innovation. I think we need to do more on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to pick up on the issues related to energy and the energy transition. So Dr. Look had that really great slide that outlined Vietnam's plan for its energy transition, so moving, shifting into renewables and other such sources of energy. At the same time, we also know that Vietnam's energy needs and demands are going to increase in coming years. And something that stuck out for me from Aaron, your presentation, your talk was 24/7 chips, chip fabs, and sort of the energy requirements that will be needed to bring in these factories, these manufacturing hubs. So my question is, how does Hanoi seek to balance these two dynamics? The need to reach sort of net zero targets while also managing its energy supply and demands.
When I was working at the DFC, this was a key issue in engaging with the Vietnamese government, but also for the Biden administration. How do we provide a baseload capacity to address current energy needs, but also the energy needs for the future, so that when, as Ambassador Osius said, companies like Apple and Google require clean energy, what kind of sources can we get? And one of the issues that the Vietnamese government was talking about is not just finding sources of energy, but doing efficiency and transmission efficiency and upgrading its grids and making sure the transmission lines are efficient. And that's one thing that it's not as sexy as coming up with a small modular reactor or coming up with a wind power, but it's something that is absolutely necessary in upgrading aging technology and making sure that systems are completely efficient. So that was certainly one avenue that was being discussed. It may or may not have been in DFC's portfolio to do, but also that Vietnam had incredible wind potential. But again, getting that baseload capacity issue addressed was, I think, the primary goal, and then finding those other sources of electricity. I mean, it was to move off of coal, which Southeast Asia has in abundance, unfortunately. But I mean, great if you want power, but not if you want clean energy. But finding one, the efficiency, and then two, the baseload capacity, and then three, finding those sources of energy to address that. But you're right, if you want to have the capacity to have a semiconductor fab, or even to address, if your economy is primarily focused on a digital economy, that takes up a lot of juice. So how are you going to do that? And, make rural electrification, telehealth, education, there's going to be a lot of needs going forward.
I think we saw a little bit of what's going on when we saw the many colors on Dr. Look's slide. I think the baseline of PDP-8 is diversification of energy sources. It's about that transition occurring, but there's not a kind of a jump from all coal today to all renewables tomorrow. There's a transition in which many sources of energy will be needed. It was interesting to me because in the first couple of years of the Biden administration, it was hard to get anybody to say anything positive about LNG. And in his testimony, now Deputy Secretary of State Kirk Campbell talked about LNG is essential, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, for an energy transition to wean countries off coal and move them towards cleaner sources of energy. But Vietnam has tremendous potential in when it comes to renewable energy as well. Tremendous potential in wind and solar, hydro. So that it's a real transition. I think it's a real and pragmatic transition and important diversification.
I just would like to add one point here. I totally agree with Ambassador, okay, about the diversification. So if you look at the master plan by Vietnam 2050, you see, for example, now we have mainly 4 or 5 main power sources. But then by 2050, we need to have more than 10 of them. Biogas, renewable energy, of course, and also you see LNG, okay, LNG, and even hydrogen. Hydrogen, we also need to look into that, okay, and waste treatment in terms of biogas and so on. Number two, we also need to combine a lot of different measures, not only the power sector. It cannot do all things. That's why, 2 years ago, the Vietnamese government has adopted what we call circular economy master plan. Okay, so different sectors, different industries, they need to do what we call the circular production, circular consumption, circular, investment too. And finally, we need to have a green finance. Green finance is a very important component for Vietnam, and we are happy that a lot of international commitments have been for Vietnam in terms of green finance. Okay, for example, the ZTEP, right? You see, it's a very important partnership to support with green finance in Vietnam. And we are from the banking sector. We also need to follow that, and we need even to be leading in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we take questions from the floor, I'm just going to ask one last question, and it's a bit of a broader one. 2023 not only marked the start of the U.S. Vietnam Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, but it was also the 10-year anniversary of the U.S. Vietnam Comprehensive Partnership. And when you look at what happened in the relationship and the economic relationship over those 10 years, it was an incredible journey. Right, so I guess my question here is, looking out to 10 years from today and 10 years of the CSP, what do you think the U.S.-Vietnam economic relationship will look like?
I mean, the trend lines are pretty good. Even though there's some dips and some ups and downs, they generally keep moving, and I don't see why they wouldn't continue to keep moving. If you're from the perspective of American business, if you look around the world, where do you see really high growth, real potential? Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. I mean, those are 2 real nodes of growth. You look across Southeast Asia, we have all the data, and America matters for ASEAN, ASEAN matters for America. But you see tremendous amount of growth, and we're already there. We have more investment in Southeast Asia than we have in India, Japan, China, Taiwan, and Korea combined. So when the ingredients are there, the growth, the young population, the innovation, the dynamism, the openness to the United States, the friendliness to the United States, that's already there. And I think in Vietnam, it's just kind of accelerated because we get a 93% approval. The United States gets a 93% approval rating in Vietnam, much higher than we get in Texas. I mean, I feel like the opportunities are enormous, and businesses are recognizing that, and that's why we have more people asking us about Vietnam than about any other country we deal with.
I completely agree with all of that, and I think diplomatically as well, it will continue to get stronger. I'm going to make a wild prediction. I last week had a session or a discussion on considerations for IPEF in the new year, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which was kind of a dour discussion. So in 10 years, I think, I will say it, come back to me in 10 years. Economists are really good at making predictions that come true. Maybe we'll have a free trade agreement with Vietnam. within 10 years. Let's hope.
I would agree with you. You know why? Because I think that a very important goal of the CSP is, I think with three words. Number one is quality of our partnership. Number two is it should be deeper, deeper. And number three, it should be even wider. If we look at, let's say, the past 10 years, we focus on a number of sectors. But if we look at the CSP, it's covering many different sectors, as our ambassador have talked about. But finally, anyway, we also depend very much on the external environment, especially the geopolitics environment and the supply chain environment. And anyway, we are following and adopting the green growth trend and the climate, the climate change trend anyway. And digital transformation will continue to go ahead. So these are, I think, the key trend, and we need to follow that too. Thank you.
Andreka, could I add one short thought? I love this idea of a free trade agreement in 10 years or sooner. But on the way, there could be some sectoral agreements that could accelerate our collaboration. And I would say specifically in critical minerals, in supply chains, as we've discussed, in AI, in digital. There could be some specific, because you look at where Vietnam is at the center of this web of free trade agreements, it's good for the United States to have those sectoral agreements in place with a country like Vietnam.
So in 10 years' time, when we're holding the 10th iteration of this conference, we'll check in on these assessments. So thank you for that. So we'll turn over to questions from the floor. There's a microphone over there, but if you will prefer to sit at your seat, then I can read the question out to our audience. But
I'm okay from here. Sure. But I wanted to put the idea in that we need to separate a little bit with our plans for Vietnam from what investors need today. So if Vietnam's plan is good, but it would also postpone the investment of companies who need clean energy now. And a lot of companies do. They're happy Vietnam has a plan, but if they want to invest this year and they don't have access to renewable energy, they can't come. So we need to figure out how do we break out so that certain investment zones, certain parts of the country, certain industries are able to either generate clean energy, bring in partners, and break these out. What the country is doing overall, but what the semiconductor industry, they need clean water too. We need all of the water in Vietnam is a big project, but cleaning the water in certain areas might be doable. So that, I think, is a key part of how the investment goes to the next level. And I'm sure Aaron, you would say the semiconductor industry will not come without clean energy and clean water. So we need to tackle that immediately, at least in a small unit level.
right, so just summarize for the online audience. So no problem. So a question on sort of the dynamic between what Vietnam is doing at a national level in terms of its energy plan, but also what are the needs of companies today that seek to move into the country? And so how do you balance these dynamics and how do you manage this? Sure, we can table it for there, but John, do you have a question? Sure.
Good morning. This was an excellent panel. Thank you. I'm John Brandon. I'm with the Asia Foundation here in Washington. Ted mentioned critical minerals at the tail end of this, and I was really struck by that. Vietnam, to my knowledge, has the second largest percentage of resources of critical minerals in the world after China, and it's becoming increasingly important in light of production of electric vehicles and phones and what have you. But there are high processing costs, and there are also environmental concerns with this. I was wondering, in light of this comprehensive strategic partnership, how might the United States, both the government as well as the private sector, work together, both Vietnam and the United States, in trying to process these minerals, which Vietnam wants to do, but at the same time to do it in a responsible way that would be protective of Vietnam's environment. Thank you.
My first thought is that American companies are going to do better than other companies around the world in that processing and maintaining environmental standards, high labor standards. So if we just let the Chinese do all of the processing throughout the region, well, we can't complain about the fact that those standards are not being met. Good news, I think, is that at the APEC summit, when the IPEF countries announced substantial completion of not only Pillar 2, which had been completed earlier, but Pillars 3 and 4, they also said that there will be, there's a potential for a critical minerals agreement during this kind of difficult election year, when they're putting some other things on hold, but the discussions on critical minerals are not being put on hold. So I believe there's a real opportunity. It's not just Vietnam, it's also Indonesia and the Philippines that have tremendous amounts of nickel and cobalt, and key ingredients for EVs. But as you mentioned, Vietnam has rare earths and critical minerals, and entering into an agreement that guarantees that the United States is going to support the development of these industries in our own interest, but also is going to make it easier for U.S. companies to be part of this, I think would be a huge step forward.
I believe we had an online question earlier. Do you mind pulling that up? Thank you. So this is a question primarily for Ambassador Osius, but we have one for the rest of the panel as well. So Ambassador Osius, what do you think that Vietnamese Americans should do to become a player and a benefactor in the CSP, as well as broader U.S. Vietnam relations? And to the rest of the panel, is there anything that Vietnam or the United States can do to better engage with Vietnamese Americans and bring them in the fold when it comes to economic cooperation?
So my answer is three things. I'm glad my friend Layli Hayslip is here. One is, of course, to be involved in humanitarian undertakings. Two is to be involved in education. And it's not political, but when you're supporting Fulbright University or Arizona State University or Vietnamese universities in carrying out their missions, that's not political. It's just an investment in Vietnam's future. And number three is, of course, business, and especially innovative businesses. And then the responsibility on the Vietnamese side is to welcome these people. Welcome Nguyen Mỹ Gop Viet. Welcome people who are coming to visit their families or coming over for tourism, or welcome students or professors, welcome business people from the Vietnamese American community. And I think that process is well underway. So different from the way it was 30 years ago. Reconciliation after a civil war is a very tricky process. It's very emotional. Excuse me. It's very. It's a challenging process. There have been setbacks in the reconciliation. There have been steps that have been taken that have caused greater mistrust. But there also have been a lot of steps that have been taken that have increased trust. And for example, letting the Vietnamese American community go in and maintain the graves at Bien Hoa Cemetery. Those are gestures, but they add a lot when it comes to the process of reconciliation and building trust between the Cộng đồng người Mỹ gốc Việt and Vietnamese.
Yeah, I would recommend the same, and I think it's maintaining that open atmosphere and creating that atmosphere of trust, especially when it comes to, having Vietnamese Americans travel over to Vietnam. You want them to experience the country again and get to know it and on their own terms, and not necessarily have a re-education, but those exchanges are really important. Having, whether it's formal exchange programs, cultural programs. I've participated in many cultural exchange programs in multiple countries, and they're always very interesting, eye-opening, but obviously in different circumstances. But it's just really interesting, especially when you also have youth exchange programs with tech entrepreneurs, like a Silicon Valley sort of one with Vietnamese tech entrepreneurs. I think you start at the same level. I think that could be interesting. And the business side of things is also interesting, having investments, getting more engaged in a different side of Vietnam, but maintaining that level of trust and openness. But yeah, moving on from a civil war is incredibly difficult. We're still having challenges. So it's often 2 steps forward, 100 steps back, but it's worth the effort.
Thank you. I just add one small thing here. I answer your question by looking at the event recently organized by MOFA in Hải Phòng City of Vietnam. About 400 Vietnamese American returned to Vietnam for that event. Very big one, and it's an annual event by MOFA. So what is the purpose of this one? You see, I think it's the 4 main areas that Vietnamese American can contribute. Number 1, as Ted said, investment, especially in startup and fintech. Number 2, education. I look at the Vinh University. A lot of Vietnamese Americans are teaching there every year, and they are doing very, very great job. And number 3, that's cultural exchange, a very important component. And our party Congress some time ago said that, the overseas Vietnamese are a very key part of the Vietnamese population, of the Vietnamese community. And finally, the war legacy. Of course, they play a very important role in the past, and they might continue, to do so. So it's very clear that it's a lot of benefits and responsibility too, along with that. Thank you.
All right, I think we have a moment just for one last question from the floor, but I do ask that our panelists keep their responses brief, as we are the last thing between our audience and their lunch today. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm David Lewis with Energy Capital Vietnam, and I promise to keep it brief. We're focused on energy and infrastructure projects in Vietnam, and given that, we have a lot of exposure, experience, and interest on foreign investment into Vietnam. So my question is more around less Vietnam government, but this is a U.S. Vietnam Conference. It's more on the U.S. side, specifically to the trade agreements referenced earlier, which we don't have, as well as tax treaty, which was signed in 2015 but not ratified. So going back to jurisdictions of foreign investment into Vietnam, if you're in the U.S., you have to go through another jurisdiction like Singapore or another one. So my questions are, what are the chances that the U.S. Congress could ratify the tax treaties in place to help improve investment in Vietnam? And of course, supportive of the possibility of getting a free trade agreement, because currently, I think 2 years ago, Vietnam established the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement, a very large comprehensive trade agreement that allows enforcement mechanisms so that if you're structuring foreign investment into the country, it's much easier for some of that debt to be originating in Europe. So in the U.S. government's interest of increasing investment into Vietnam and improving the trade balance, I think that there's a lot of steps that the U.S. government could take. So I'm just curious in that capacity. And then the last thing, just as a kind of general comment, about the non-market economy status The premise of that is laughable at its face because Vietnam was the largest, largest growth market in the world in 2022. So the market has said that Vietnam is very much a market for investment. So hopefully the administration is listening and will take appropriate action. Thank you.
I don't think the problem is the administration. I think if action is a little slow on a tax treaty, on moving forward on free trade agreements, and even on the non-market economy challenge, I really don't think the obstacle is the administration. I think it's difficult to get attention to such matters on the Hill.
Yeah, and just on the FTA, trade is a toxic topic on the Hill, and even in the administration, it's just there's really no appetite, and I don't think that you can get heads together on the Hill to even come up with a trade agreement if they wanted one.
I just would like to add one wish, from us. That is now, as our Ambassador Dung said some time ago, Vietnam now is looking forward, to the lifting of the American government and also, Parliament on the non-market economy status to be fairer for Vietnam. All right. So see, I think this is a very important, for the Parliament of the U.S. to to look to the future, to look at our CSP, on that. Thank you.
All right, well, I hope you'll join me in thanking our panelists for the wonderful discussion today. So we'll break for lunch right now, but we'll be back in the room at 12:15 for our keynote. Thank you.
Welcome back. For those outside the room, if you can finish making up plates and make your way inside, we're ready to start our lunch keynote. So for any who tuned in since we started, good to see you again. I'm Greg Poling. I direct the Southeast Asia program here at CSIS. We're very happy that everybody stuck around for this all-day conference on the U.S. Vietnam relationship, and we're very honored to have as our lunch keynote Senator Jeff Merkley, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Subcommittee on East Asia, the Pacific, and International Cybersecurity Policy. Senator Merkley has served as a U.S. Senator from Oregon since 2009. He led a bicameral delegation to Vietnam in the spring and has been a champion of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. He has a real job to get to today and some voting to do, so I don't want to belabor the introduction any more than that. Please join me in welcoming up to the podium Senator Jeff Merkley.
Well, thank you, Greg, and it's a pleasure to see you all. We are immersed over on Capitol Hill with the challenges in Ukraine, in the Middle East, the southern border, international humanitarian aid, and so forth. It's a pleasure to come and talk about an area of the world where there's so many positive developments, and particularly a pleasure to see you, Ambassador. And, this partnership with Vietnam is such an opportunity for both of our nations, and thus the concentration that CSIS is putting on advancing that partnership is very valued. The delegation that I led in April came out of my work on international economic development, but specifically out of the relationship I had with Senator Leahy and Tim Reeser, who worked for Senator Leahy, and the importance with his retirement of someone to step forward and really help carry the message about those war legacy programs. So the trip was very much focused on those core pieces of the war legacy initiatives that Senator Leahy had undertaken. While we were there, one of our visits was to Bien Hoa base. And this is one of the two bases, the other being Da Nang, where a lot of barrels of Agent Orange had been stored, so-called because the barrels had an orange stripe around them. These were the defoliant, that extremely toxic, cancer-causing, and many of those barrels had leaked, creating massive contamination at those two bases. The Da Nang cleanup has been completed, and if you're trying to picture what does it mean to clean up, it means taking and building a massive oven and basically cooking the soil that has been contaminated to a level of degree that it essentially breaks down the Agent Orange and makes that safe again. Although it's a huge undertaking and involves a lot of testing to see where and how deep and so on and so forth. So one of those projects is completed, but the second is still underway at Bien Hoa. But a piece of it has been cleaned up. So there's an initial peace park within the broader project. And there is a bench at one edge of that peace park that it's a Senator Leahy bench, and it has a quote from him saying, "We cannot change history, but together we can build a better future." And I think that phrase is really the foundation of how we've been approaching our relationship with Vietnam, that together we can build a better future. We could have remained bitter enemies, but we chose partnership to clean up the Agent Orange contamination, a partnership to find and defuse unexploded ordnance that's scattered across the landscape. There are still hundreds of thousands of cluster munitions and mines left over from the Vietnam legacy. So although we have found and cleaned up enormous number remains. So that continues to be a key project. A partnership to assist families that have been affected by exploding ordnance or by Agent Orange contamination. And a partnership to identify the remains of Vietnam's wandering souls who were lost on the battlefield and return those remains to the families. And the U.S. is bringing the best DNA technology in the world to assist in that effort. So really, it all amounts to healing the wounds of war and using that as a foundation for an expanded partnership. So I was very pleased that following the delegation that I led last year, there were a lot of high-level meetings. Secretary of State was there, and then President Biden went in September, where he and General Secretary Trong upgraded the relationship. I'm sure you've been talking about that a lot today, the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. And today's event touches on some of the key pillars of that partnership and the opportunities for the future. And one is certainly economic cooperation. It is pretty stunning to visit Vietnam and see the level of economic enterprise, the amount of infrastructure that has been built in just a couple intensive decades. Expanding sector, market economy sector within the country. Certainly a hugely growing manufacturing sector. And that manufacturing sector, that's going to continue to grow at a fierce clip. There's a lot of opportunity for companies that have been operating in China and want to have a foot outside of China due to some of the complexities of our relationship with China. And Vietnam is a great alternative. Also, there is the opportunity for companies that are looking to have their supply chain be developed with renewable energy to develop partnerships with Vietnam so that they, as renewable energy expands in Vietnam, they can build out zero carbon or minimal carbon manufacturing supply chains. This opportunity for Vietnam to transition from a coal-based economy to a renewable, clean energy economy as a destination for 21st century manufacturing and energy leadership is a very real opportunity. Working together, Vietnam and the United States, we can deepen commerce, we can strengthen supply chains, we can do so across the lower Mekong River Basin and Southeast more broadly. And speaking of the Mekong Delta, I'm proud to have partnered with Senator Sullivan of Alaska. So we had a bipartisan resolution recognizing the importance of the Mekong River to Southeast Asia and the role of the Mekong-U.S. partnership in promoting prosperity. In addition, there's the opportunity to work on projects in the Delta to address environmental challenges. The Delta has been really strongly affected by the upriver dams, which contain the silt that would otherwise be in the river. The lack of that silt means there's a tremendous amount of erosion. You also have rising seawater creating saltwater intrusion. You also have a response to that being groundwater pumping that is causing land settling, which is adding to the saltwater intrusion challenge. And there's chemical contamination. So there's a series of issues for us to work on in partnership to help with that. A second pillar, first pillar being economic cooperation, security cooperation. Our countries have a common commitment to regional peace and stability. We can work together with the multinational institutions and platforms like ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, strengthen the rules-based international order to create a more secure, prosperous future for Vietnam, for the United States, really for all of Southeast Asia. A third pillar is the people-to-people connections. Back in the 1990s, when I was head of the World Affairs Council of Oregon, we hosted a lot of delegations from Vietnam. Now there are some 7,000 Vietnamese who have come to the United States under different people-to-people connections, including the International Visitor Leadership Program. And that's a significant amount of connection, and it's one we want to build on. And one way we're building on it is the reestablishment of the people, well, not actually reestablishment, for the first time establishment of the Peace Corps. In 2022, I was working to accelerate the confirmation of Carol Spahn as Peace Corps Director to get her confirmed in time to go to Vietnam to celebrate the opening of the first Peace Corps program right around Christmas time. And that's the first ever Peace Corps connection we've had with Vietnam. And now we have a second cohort. So the program's expanding from Hanoi to Ho Chi Minh City. So none of this would have been possible without the foundation created by those who have gone before us, in particular the War Legacy programs that Senator Leahy championed. And imagine, along with me, you are now sitting in that small section of rehabilitated land at Bien Hoa Base, the edge of the Peace Park, sitting on the Leahy bench, and you're looking across this field of grass. And at the other end of the field, you will see two fighter jets, one American, one Vietnamese. And those two fighter jets have been positioned so that they are not facing each other. They are not in combat with each other, but they are parallel with each other, facing in the same direction, very much symbolizing the partnership of Vietnam and the United States going forward together. Thank you.
Well, Senator, thank you so much for, I think, some very poignant remarks about how far we've come and how far we have yet to go. Now, I'll apologize at the top. As I said, the Senator has to get back up on the Hill for a vote, so we're going to have to truncate the Q&A section, but he has agreed to take a few questions from prerogative of the moderator. So anything else you had for the Senator, save it for the next question. Throw it at Dusty Ford or something. She'll have to deal with it. Let me start with where you kind of left off. The role of some of these champions in the Congress over the years, like Senator Leahy, Senator McCain, Senator Kerry, who helped really drive normalization. Here we are now 3 decades later. How has the role of the U.S. Congress evolved and changed to continue to push this partnership?
Well, I'm glad you started with the mentioning the role of Senator McCain and Senator Kerry, since both were combatants in the Vietnam War. Of course, Senator McCain has a special role because of his detention after his plane was shot down. I visited the spot where he was drugged from the lake with his parachute. And the fact is to have individuals who had been participants in war reach out and reconnect. They paved the path for everyone else to reconnect across those boundaries. And so that really was very, very significant. And that's why the War Legacy programs authorized by Congress and reauthorized. And so now we're looking across the decades. The programs are not inexpensive. They require advocacy and competition with many other programs around the world. And this is an ongoing project. And I was very pleased that Senator Van Hollen could go with me on that trip. Senator Van Hollen is chair in foreign relations of the subcommittee dealing with Southeast Asia, so that creates an anchor. Senator Coons is head of the subcommittee on appropriation that deals with international aid, so that's another key connection. Tim Reeser, who really was a key, we call him Ambassador Tim. I mean, he did so much whereas Senator Leahy made several trips, I think 3 or 4 trips over a span of a couple decades. Tim did so much continuously and is still now working with Senator Welch, so very much helping to sustain the congressional side. The congressional side is also important in some of the key deals that are being worked out between our two nations. One of those is certainly the semiconductor industry. While the CHIPS Act is primarily focused around bringing semiconductor manufacturing back to the United States, it also has a piece of partnership with Vietnam in producing semiconductor chips. So you have within the CHIPS Act, you have the International Technology Security and Innovation Fund, and that is a key. Also, Congress is always involved in the issue of human rights, and so carrying on a dialogue, and the agreement between the United States and Vietnam is to work together in open dialogue about human rights issues. So those can be particularly sensitive and difficult, coming with different perspectives, but with the foundation for communication that we've built, I feel like we're in a much better position to address those issues, but those will be issues that continue to come up in Congress as well.
Thank you. Let's pull back a little bit and talk about the value of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership overall to both Washington and Hanoi. From your perspective, what does this elevation mean for both sides?
Well, when I was in Vietnam, it was brought up time and time again that both nations were aspiring towards this higher level of connection. This is not a framework. Say if you're mostly involved in South America or Central America or Africa, this is not the framework that exists. But in Asia, this strategic partnership has these kind of established different key levels, comprehensive, strategic. And so it's both substantive in terms of the negotiations that led to establishment of that highest level, but it's also symbolic about the strength of the relationship between our two nations. One of the issues that's hovering in the background is certainly the role of China in Southeast Asia, security concerns about the South China Sea, about conflicts that are occurring with multiple nations, and how do you have a rules-based order? And so the partnership is important in that regard. Certainly, agricultural collaboration is a piece of this. You have in the Mekong Delta, I think half of the rice in the country, a lot of freshwater fish, 3/4 of the fruit produce, and so agricultural collaboration is a piece of the comprehensive partnership. Certainly, the continuation of the war legacy programs are part of that. On the economic side, the supply chains that the U.S. is looking to have uninterrupted supply chains. And just for example, during COVID, if any of you were buying a car last year, you would find it far more expensive because of the supply chain problems that had occurred due to the lack of chips that were critical to the production of cars. My son was very excited that the first used car he bought basically doubled in value as a result. So there were some winners in that situation. And then the partnership in terms of infrastructure development for ports, and working together on the issue of illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, which is important on an environmental level, but also on an economic side. So many pieces of this partnership.
Thank you. Let's drill down on one more piece that you brought up in your opening remarks, which is potential U.S. support for Vietnam's clean energy transition. Where do you see the opportunities?
So let's just step back for a moment from the direct relationship and look at the broader challenge of climate chaos. We had the warmest year in the history of human civilization last year. My home state has a fire season that has roughly doubled in length. We have lost 20 feet of average snowfall in the Cascades, affecting the water supply, both for our trout and salmon streams, but also for agriculture. We have acidification of the Pacific Ocean, affecting very much the sea life off our coast. That's just my state. Well, Vietnam is a low-lying country, so it also has a series of environmental challenges that are accentuated by rising sea levels, stronger storms, so on and so forth. This is the biggest challenge human civilization has had before it. And right now we're failing. If the key test is how much carbon dioxide and methane are we putting into the atmosphere each year? And it's still rising. Not that long ago, we were going up by 1 part per million per year in carbon dioxide. Now we're at 3 parts per million per year. In other words, an accelerating upward. We're not leveling off and coming down. I say all this because this means that this issue of the transition to renewable energy from fossil fuels is essential. And the United States has a lot of work to do on this. Our carbon dioxide and methane emissions are going up. And one of the conversations I've been having with our administration is, as we partner with the world, we have to have the power of our example, which means I'm somewhat critical, or quite critical, of some of the new fossil fuel projects that have been approved here in the United States. We have to do better at home, but we also want to work in partnership with every country of the world. And Vietnam has laid out the goal of zero carbon emissions by 2050. And they've laid out the goal of phasing out the use of coal by 2040 and to cut methane emissions by 30%. These goals that are even as far off as 2030 or certainly as 2050, they can be real or they can be a mirage. And the challenge we have, all nations in the world working together, is to have those goals not be a mirage. Not just be something, well, it's way out there and we have a goal, but how are we actually going to get there? What concrete steps can we take to get there? And in the context of Vietnam, in December, so last month, Vietnam finalized its Just Energy Transition Partnership, or JETP. And that partnership is, in theory, going to develop more than $15 billion of private sector capital and public sector support to accelerate the transition for Vietnam to renewable energy. So JETP is a key piece of that effort. And that's the type of challenging conversation for all of our nations. For the United States, right now, the administration is wrestling with whether to approve another LNG export facility. What we know is that fossil gas, methane gas, natural gas, if you will, is, when you look at the entire life cycle, as damaging as coal to climate. And if it's turned to LNG, is more damaging than coal. So we have our work at home, but every nation has that work. We have to work in collaboration. And I think in terms of Vietnam having these aggressive goals, that's something to celebrate. And then with JETP, we've got resources to bring to bear. And that transition will also help bring a lot more industry that's seeking low carbon or zero carbon supply chains. So there's an economic side to that. Plus, that Vietnam can be a major provider of solar panels. So that's another opportunity. For the United States to meet its goal of by 2035 having an electric sector completely free of carbon, of fossil fuels, we have to deploy some 3 billion panels. I'd love to see as many of those possible made in the United States and create jobs here. But the fact is, there's no way, if you look at the number of factories that have to be built, there's no way we can reach and produce 3 billion panels. So we need partners like Vietnam to produce a tremendous number of panels for their own use and for us to be able to purchase and use here in the United States.
Thank you. We are going to have to cut it off there. For those watching online, we'll be back at 1 o'clock with the next panel. And for those here in the room, please join me in thanking the Senator for his time.
Thank you all very much.
press when it's your turn. All right, everyone. If I could have your attention, please, we're about to begin panel 2. If you can take your seats. All right, thank you all for coming and joining this very excellent panel 2 on strategic and security cooperation. My name is Harrison Preta. I'm the Deputy Director and Fellow at the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative here at CSIS. We have an all-star panel again for this session, starting to my right with Bích Tran. Bích Tran is a postdoctoral fellow at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, the National University of Singapore, and she's also an adjunct fellow at our very own Southeast Asia program here at CSIS. She's been a visiting fellow at the East-West Center, the International Institute for Strategic Studies, and the IC's Yusof Ishak Institute, among others. She is the author of Vietnam's Strategic Adjustments and U.S. Policy. Next up will be Nguyen, Vice President of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, where he oversees the Academy's Institute for Strategic Studies and the EC Institute. His research focuses on major power relations, regional security, maritime security, and Vietnam's foreign policy. He previously served in several diplomatic positions, including the Minister Counselor of the Vietnam Embassy of Ottawa, Canada, and the Second Secretary of the Vietnam Embassy in Stockholm, Sweden. He also served within the ASEAN Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Vietnam before that. And last, but certainly not least, we have Lindsay Ford here, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for South and Southeast Asia at the U.S. Department of Defense. In this role, she serves as the principal advisor to senior leadership within the DoD for all policy matters pertaining to development and implementation of defense strategies and plans for the region. Previously, she was a David M. Rubenstein Fellow in Foreign Policy at the Brookings Institution, and she was also the Richard Holbrooke Fellow and Director for Political Security Affairs at the Asia Society Policy Institute. Before that, Ms. Ford also served in a variety of roles within the Office of the Secretary of Defense, including as the Special Assistant to the Secretary of Defense for the U.S.-ASEAN Defense Forum and Senior Advisor to the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Asian and Pacific Security Affairs. And with that, I will stop talking and give it to our panelists for a round of opening remarks, and later we'll have an opportunity for Q&A, both from the audience and online. I'll turn it over to Bích to get us started.
Yeah, thanks, Harrison, for the introduction. And first, I would like to express my gratitude to Greg and CSIS for having me here. And it's such a pleasure to be on the same panel with distinguished speakers. I will first briefly talk about Vietnam's grand strategy and the role of the U.S. Within it. So the concept of grand strategy is usually associated with great powers, but smaller powers can have grand strategies as well, even though in some cases they are not even aware of having ones. In the case of Vietnam, it has never said that it has a grand strategy, but by looking closely at the documents of the Communist parties of Vietnam, there is something that resembles a grand strategy, and I usually talk about it in a 3-4-5 formula. So Vietnam has 3 primary objectives, a grand strategy with 4 main components, which are guided by 5 principles. So the 3 objectives are maintaining peace, developing the countries, and defending its sovereignty and territory. So peace is the first and foremost condition for prosperity, because it allows Vietnam to focus on economic activities and accumulate wealth, which in turn allows the country to spend more money on military expenditures to defend its interests. So beyond these three basic needs, Vietnam aspires to elevate its stance in the international affairs. So this is just an additional goals that, besides the three main ones that I just mentioned. So the comprehensive strategic partnership with the United States and a network of other partnerships that Vietnam has signed with other countries help the countries to obtain those goals. But how? It's through four main components of Vietnam's grand strategies. Diplomatic activities, foreign trade policy, defense policy, and resource extraction plan. So the first three are actually Vietnam's blueprint to deal with the outside world. And the last one is the domestic policy to support the other three. So just to put it simply, because Vietnam had joined more and more international arrangements, it needs more resources to do so. So it focuses on developing its economy so that from that it can extract more resources. And the four components are guided by 5 principles: independence, self-reliance, openness, multilateralization, and diversification. So here I will focus on how these 5 principles affect Vietnam's defense policy. But first, it's important to note that the interpretation of the principles has changed over time. And in some cases, it took Vietnam time to start to implement those principles in its policy. So on the principle of independence, Vietnam has long-standing 3 no principles, which later became 4 no. No military alliance, no foreign bases, no siding with one against another, and then no use of force or threat to your force. So this principle should be understood as Vietnam's strategic norm in peacetime. It doesn't mean that Vietnam would tie its own hands in wartime or conflicts. So this, in 2019, in its most recent defense white paper, is added a clause. Depending on circumstances and specific conditions, Vietnam will consider necessary and appropriate defense and military cooperation with other countries. So this one depend clause sends message to potential aggressors to deter conflict and also give Vietnam flexibilities in dealing with foreign militaries, including U.S. forces. And then so the second principles of self-reliance, Vietnam had placed emphasis on self-help efforts in modernizing its military, but then it realized that this is not the most effective way, and receiving some help doesn't mean that it abandons its principle of self-reliance. Therefore, since 2014, Vietnam started to welcome security assistance from its partners. So in particular, the United States has provided at least 18 patrol boats and 2 cutters to Vietnam. And this helps to increase Vietnam's maritime domain awareness significantly. And on the principle of openness, Vietnam has tried to be more transparent in its defense expenditures and policy with the publications of defense white papers. It might seem not transparent enough to some people, but it's going toward that direction. And then on multilateralization, Vietnam has joined various military arrangements and securities arrangements, such as the United Nations Security Council, ASEAN Regional Forum, ASEAN Defense Ministers meetings. And from just a member, Vietnam has become more active and taken leadership role For example, in 2010, it hosted the first ASEAN Defense Minister Meeting Plus. So it's a forum between ASEAN members and 8 dialogues, including the United States. Vietnam has also frequently sent its officers to attend the Shangri-La Dialogue, which is an annual Asia's Security Summit in Singapore, which is hosted by the International Institute for Strategic Studies. And lastly, on the principle of diversification, from selective defense cooperation with traditional friends such as Russia, India, and Japan, Vietnam has widened its cooperation to include Australia, the United States, and the European Union. So from all of these examples, we can see that the United States is an important security partner of Vietnam, and Hanoi has become increasingly more comfortable in working with Washington. But here I would like to echo Dr. Henry's earlier remarks that we should avoid looking at U.S.-Vietnam security ties through the lens of China-U.S. competition. Thank you.
Thank you, Vic. I think we can go to Lindsay.
Great, thank you. And thank you to CSIS. It's a pleasure to get to be here with all of you today. It is a really fascinating time to get to be working on the U.S. Vietnam partnership. Even as someone who's spent a while working on Southeast Asia relations this past year for the U.S. and Vietnam, obviously with the upgrade of the partnership to the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership was a unique year, unlike anything I've seen. And I think from our perspective at the Defense Department, it provides us a really interesting opportunity to continue to grow on what has been very promising cooperation that we've been doing for decades now. The purpose of our panel is obviously to talk a little bit more about the security aspect, but I would say, you know, to Vic's point about this not solely being about thinking about the Vietnam partnership through the lens of China competition, the strategic interests that the U.S. and Vietnam share, I think particularly on the economic side and in terms of kind of how we think more broadly about the region, are about far more than China and how we think about the China relationship. So when you look at the pace of what's going on with U.S. Vietnam trade right now, so over $138 billion in 2022, large export markets in both directions. And then I think just the people-to-people ties in terms of folks from the United States living in Vietnam, folks from Vietnam living in the United States. There's an awful lot more to this relationship than just what we're doing on defense, which I realize may be a strange place to start out on the security panel, but I think that really bears in mind mentioning, because when you look at what we are doing and sort of what we are building our security partnership toward, much of what it is centered around, whether it's maritime security, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, really is about, I think, allowing the United States and Vietnam to think together about how we can provide public goods that, you know, have impact in the rest of the region, not just in our own countries. It would be important to start that I would say, you know, probably the most complicated aspect of the U.S. Vietnam security partnership is also one of, you know, the foundational elements, which is the legacy of war cooperation that we have together. And that's something that is very unique about the U.S. Vietnam relationship, and something that owes a lot to the work of a lot of veterans from the United States who felt that it was really important to turn this relationship into a friendship and a partnership out of the very complicated history of war that we have. And that's something that we at the Defense Department take incredibly seriously, and we see as foundational to everything we do on the defense side. So whether that's dioxin remediation, work that we do together with USAID related to people with disabilities, UXO, we're working across a number of areas, I think, not to put the history behind us, but I think to honor respectively how we bring closure to some of the issues we've had in the past and build trust between our two countries. So the flagship there, I think, is the 10-year project that USAID and DoD are doing together at Bien Hoa. And that's something that we remain very committed to going forward. In the last couple years, I would say, when it comes to personnel recovery as well, something that we at the Defense Department see as a sacred mission, it's been very interesting how this work has expanded. When we traveled out to Vietnam in 2021, we announced a new DoD-funded initiative that would help Vietnam with recoveries of its own personnel. And in the last couple of years, we've delivered 6 different tranches of data to assist with that work. Looking forward, I would say we're very mindful that time is never your friend when it comes to these kinds of initiatives, and that the time at hand where we will have people on the ground who remember what happened will not last forever. So we have been looking at things, including a combined pilot project we're doing together that uses UAS technology to search more quickly for remains recovery and other kinds of things that we can do to use technology that will allow us to get after that mission more quickly and more effectively. Beyond that, I mentioned HADR, disaster preparedness and resilience, peacekeeping, military medicine. There are a number of things that we're doing together as partners that I think reflect our shared interests, things whether it's disasters at home or the work that we want to both do helping to bring peace elsewhere in the world, that really demonstrate how the U.S. Vietnam Security Partnership has broader ripple effects in the region. So we've been helping Vietnam with training and equipping for its mission, a UN mission supporting peace in South Sudan. I think it's a great example of the work that Vietnam is doing, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but globally, and the kind of cooperation we can keep doing together. On the disaster front, working on projects that help with preparedness and resilience, and this is an area where I think both of our countries know all too well what it is like to have far more frequent climate-related disasters at home. And this is an area where we want to keep working together, including efforts that we've done at disaster management coordination centers, which I think is an area that allows us to think about how militaries and defense departments work together with our interagency colleagues as well when it comes to preparedness and response to these kinds of disasters, because it's not simply a military problem only. And then this year in particular, military medicine, which has been a growing area of cooperation for the Vietnam-U.S. relationship, is one we'll be focusing on because the United States will be co-chairing the military medicine expert working group in the ADMM+. So we have some really exciting exchanges here related to trauma medicine that we're each doing in each other's hospitals. But that's an area that I think coming out of COVID, we are reminded remains incredibly important. It's one reason why, from the Defense Department perspective, the relief we were able to provide during COVID in Vietnam was so important to us. Cold storage for vaccines in every single Vietnamese province. So this is an area, though, where Vietnam has a lot of expertise to offer as well, that again can help take our partnership elsewhere in the region. Finally, I would just say in terms of emerging areas of cooperation, there's obviously an awful lot we're doing related to maritime security. I don't need to tell everyone here what the situation looks like on the water in the Indo-Pacific, but it has been challenging, to say the least. We are doing a lot and want to continue to with helping Vietnam build its own maritime domain awareness capabilities, train its sailors, help address some of the harassment, but also illegal fishing and other kinds of problems that we're facing in the maritime domain. So whether that's cutters, ISR capabilities, this year the first of some T6 trainers that we've provided to Vietnam will arrive. There's a lot of opportunity where we continue to look at new technologies and capabilities that we can help with that will allow Vietnam to expand how it sees and senses and contributes in the maritime domain. And then finally, I would just flag other growing areas of cooperation. Cybersecurity is something that I think for the United States, we have certainly realized remains a key vulnerability for militaries across the world. U.S. Congress has been very focused on a pilot Southeast Asia cyber capacity building program, and this is an area we want to continue to grow with partners including Vietnam. And then finally, defense trade. Vietnam held its first defense expo last year. The United States was very pleased to have a robust delegation that was there. We plan to be there again this year. This is an area that is not just, I think, in the future about what the United States through commercial or other means has to offer, but increasingly where there may be opportunities for us to think about research or co-production together in the future. So this is something we're very excited to talk with Vietnamese colleagues about as well. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Lindsay. Let's go to Hong San.
Well, thank you very much, Harrison. At the outset, I'd like to thank Greg and CSIS for putting up together this wonderful conference, and to congratulate you also for jump-starting a new project on Vietnam. I'm going to speak about the enthusiasm that we shared about the CSP, or more exactly, managing that enthusiasm. Now, the reason I'm talking about that, because just barely 10 days after the President visited Hanoi and upgraded the relationship to Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, there was this report on the Reuters, who allegedly that there was talk between Vietnam and US officials on the sales of F-16 to Vietnam. Now, that's certainly an over-enthusiasm that we are talking about today. If you believe, or you are made to believe, that such defense sales is the thing that follows the CSP, I'm sorry, you are going to be disappointed. And the reason is because whereas US might think about strategic partnerships in deterrence terms, Vietnamese and probably the rest of ASEAN thinks of strategic partnership more in resilience terms. The purpose of strategic partnerships for Vietnam and maybe for ASEAN as well is to build resilience, to strengthen their own capability to resist influence and to lessen the dependencies on any other nearby major powers, and not to create that kind of deterrence that you might be seeking. And this is not a new phenomenon in ASEAN nor in Vietnam. If you might recall the ASEAN Declaration itself, the first item, the purpose of ASEAN is to build economic resilience, to build economic cooperation. And in that manner, ASEAN was able to strategically bind themselves together and create the strategic partnership and the bondship that you witnessed today. And likewise, Vietnam, our approach to build resilience is not through defensive terms. In fact, starting from 1988, the philosophy behind Vietnam strong resilience is to build an open, to build a strong economy at first, to build a very open country diplomatically, and only lastly to build a strong defense. And that has been the underpinning principles of Vietnam foreign policy undertaking. Having said that, and that is the purpose and the goals in Vietnam, reaching out and upgrading the relationship, or double upgrading the relationship with the US. And that's how ASEAN sees US strength in the region as well. Whereas US hard power is very much appreciated in the region, US soft power is even more appreciated. I'm glad that Ambassador Oshus earlier reminded us that US foreign direct investments in ASEAN is greater than US investments in India, Korea, Japan, China, Taiwan, all combined. That is a tremendous soft power that is often underappreciated. So that is a long way to say that a strategic partnership from our perspective is a very comprehensive partnership that builds on long-term relationship that helps build mutual resilience. And for that, I would urge that we here in the US, we would urge our US friends to look at strategic partnership more in economic terms. And I'm glad Lindsay pointed that out very early in her remarks, that the economic relationship with ASEAN, and Vietnam in particular needs to have a strategic dimension in there, or rather needs to be looked at strategically. And another, I think, thing that we would urge U.S. also to look at the region collectively in its engagements, and not while looking at ASEAN as a sum of its part of its bilateral relationship. I think that is, in a sense, the strength of U.S. presence in the region, the strength of U.S. Combined strong bilateral relationship with the region. Now let me speak about the other important elements of Vietnam-U.S. cooperation, and that is security cooperation. And now I'd like to draw in the security cooperation in the South China Sea, or maritime security cooperation. I'm glad Lindsay also pointed that out too. I think the key word here is international law and law enforcement. I think Vietnam and U.S. cooperation on maritime sphere and in South China Sea in particular should be founded around supporting, strengthening international law and building the capability to help countries in the region to enforce international law in the region. And I'm glad it's going that way. And Lindsay has pointed out that through the supplies of cutters, through the sales of Scan Eagles, it's through the training, the capacity building exercise that we've been conducting, it really is helping the countries in the region like Vietnam to build its capability to enforce international law in its neighborhood, and to ensure that gray zone activities are illuminated and brought into light. I think this is very important because the greatest challenge we are facing in the maritime domain in the region are gray zones activities. And this does not have just come from any one country. It can also come from non-state actors like IUU fishings, like environmental degradations, illicit trades, transnational crimes. Those are all kind of activities that are much operating under the shadow that needs to be illuminated. And for this to happen, a lot of capacity, a lot of goodwill is needed. And I'm glad that U.S. Vietnam cooperation under the CSP is also going to help build plenty of that capability. Now, my last point, is there room for sales of F-15, F-16? I would say that, well, I wouldn't foresee that that is coming tomorrow, but I would not rule that out to come at some point. And I'm glad also Lindsay has pointed out, and you've noticed that we have sharply opened up the defense market. For the first time in 2022, Vietnam organized a huge defense expo. We are going to do so again in December this year. And every country is invited, and I'm glad to hear that U.S. is going to have a strong presence at the expos. And that shows that the trend of diversification is happening in Vietnam's defense procurement. And for that, I'm not going to rule out that, defense trade, defense cooperation is going to be at some point a very important pillar of Vietnam-U.S. cooperation. So let me stop there.
Well, thank you to all of our speakers for their opening remarks. I'm going to kick things off with a question. It sounds like we've talked a lot today about how U.S.-Vietnam strategic alignment is not all about China, which sounds like it's in some part about China, or concerns that both countries have about China. How aligned do you think U.S. leadership and Vietnamese leadership is on China, on their perspectives about concerns security-wise in the region? And that's for anyone that wants to jump in.
Sure, I'll start. Well, look, I think, as the person in the U.S. government who works South and Southeast Asia, it's like I'm the part of the department who on the Brady Bunch is going like Marsha, Marsha, Marsha all the time, super frustrated, because I know I hear from our partners like, stop talking about just China all the time, and I'm the one who's also echoing that sometimes in the US government. Like, where I think the United States and Vietnam are aligned has a lot to do with both what we would like the region to look like in the future and probably some of how we define our own interests. Now, I think in some ways that probably means that some of the concerns we may have about behavior that we're seeing coming out of Beijing is similar. It doesn't mean, though, that the only reason the United States and Vietnam have or would want to work together is because of China. So more specifically, I would say the United States and Vietnam have a lot of interests in rule of law, in seeing operational behavior that accords with rule of law. We've been very blunt and honest at the Defense Department about some of the concerns we've had about operational behavior that's extremely unsafe and dangerous for U.S. and other partner forces over the last couple years. I think that's an area where we share a perspective with Vietnam and other partners. I think some of the behavior we've seen in the maritime domain as well in the South China Sea when it comes to claims, we are concerned about. You can't just say that you believe things are yours. That has to actually be based on international law. And we believe that upholding things like the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal ruling and what it says about claims in the South China Sea matters. We believe that countries and their military and law enforcement forces should operate in a way that accords with international law. So that's where I think, yes, there's a lot of alignment, and yes, there are shared concerns. It doesn't mean, though, that the way that we think about the relationship is just because we're so focused on China.
Yeah, thanks for your questions, Harrison. So I think that in terms of U.S. and Vietnamese leaderships, they all agree that China's behavior is their concern, right? They share that. But then I think Vietnam and the U.S., they have different emphasis on their approach. So for now, I feel like the U.S. focuses mostly on competition. But for Vietnam, it focuses mostly on cooperation with China because of the geographical proximity, right? And also the similar political system as well.
Well, if I may add to that, I concur with Lindsay that we both see eye to eye on how we would like the region to be. And we clearly wanted a region that is rules-based and not based on might. We also see eye to eye on very clear violations of international law, especially in the South China Sea. We also agree that there is necessity to manage the relationship with China. Even a superpower like the United States also needs to manage its relationship with China. And you'd rather have a good relationship with China rather than a troubling one. And Vietnam, especially so, as an immediate neighbor. And I also concur with Vic that we probably have a certain different approach to China to a certain extent. For Vietnam, for example, because we are an immediate neighbor to China, the risk for anything that go wrong in our relationship with China is a lot higher than that of the United States. And therefore, you will see there's a lot of prudence in our handling of the bilateral relationship with China. But that does not necessarily mean that we disagree. It's just that because of where we sit, we have to handle things rather differently.
I have one more question of my own before I open it up. On the South China Sea, we've seen recently very high tensions between China and the Philippines. The Philippines, obviously a U.S. ally, a different relationship than the U.S. has with Vietnam. But in this context, is Vietnam watching what's happening with the Philippines and looking at the U.S.'s utility in that scenario? Are they exploring ideas for how the U.S. can contribute to Vietnam's own security in the South China Sea?
Well, certainly. How can we afford not watching? Vietnam certainly is watching carefully. We are certainly drawing lessons from it. And we're also exploring opportunities to collaborate with and among the ASEAN member states, because the South China Sea is a concern of not just Vietnam or the littoral states or the claimants only, but these are the concerns of the member states of ASEAN as well. So I'm sure that, and I'm not privy to this information, but I'm sure that there are probably talks between member states of ASEAN on the situation. To a certain extent, we have seen that ASEAN have reacted collectively by issuing a standalone statement on the maritime domain of Southeast Asia, and that was the last-ditch attempt by Indonesia to have a collective response by ASEAN to the situation on the South China Sea. But I'm sure more is going on behind the scene to respond to the situation. So to answer your question, is Vietnam watching? Yes.
All right. Well, with that, I'm going to open the floor to the audience, both in the room and online. If you have a question, please feel free to line up at the microphone. I think we'll start with an online question from Christopher Woody, who asks, what will the U.S. Vietnam military-to-military relationship look like in 2024? What kind of exchanges is the Pentagon seeking, and what kind of interactions is Vietnam willing to participate in? I might direct that to Lindsay.
Sure. I'll leave the part at the end about what does Vietnam want to participate in to my other colleagues. But in terms of what the U.S. Vietnam mil-mil relationship will look like in 24, you know, I kind of rattled through in my remarks, I think, a lot of the areas where there's opportunity to continue to do training, but look at, you know, how we can expand it as well. So maritime security, disaster resilience and preparedness, peacekeeping, military medicine, I think are all areas where there's a lot of existing mil-mil work and exchanges going on, but probably more that we can continue to do together. One thing I will say from the Pentagon perspective is, as we look at how to do mil-mil exchanges, particularly between operators, where we can actually get into training that's helpful to them, you know, one thing we are certainly focused on helping our partners with is English language training as well, because a lot of times when it comes down to the very tactical mil-mil kinds of exchanges, I mean, things as basic as they need to actually use the same words and stuff for what they're doing is a part of how we can grow those mil-mil exchanges more. So that's something where I think we're looking to round out what we kind of do at the operational and tactical level as well, with what we can do in the classroom that would be helpful, not just bilaterally, but in multilateral context as well. So there's a range of work that we can do together in those areas.
Well, as to what extent Vietnam is willing to participate, I think those military cooperation that is characterized as capacity building, as sharing of knowledge, maybe to a certain extent sharing of information, that is the kind of activities that Vietnam is might be more ready to participate in. As regarding more, I would say, sophisticated kind of activities like exercises or deeper kind of cooperation, I think that is going to take more time for Vietnam to be ready and to be fully engaged.
So I would like to add to what Sơn just said. So as small countries, I think Vietnam's is actively looking into the the role of advanced technologies in its military capabilities. So I think that's also an area that I'm sure that Vietnam very interested in.
Well, if you guys are still gathering your thoughts, I might throw another one into my own. Oh, we have a question in the room. If you could please identify yourself before you ask your question.
Trong Vu, Professor of Political Science at the University of Oregon. And my question is for Bit. So you said that peace is the highest among the three items, or whatever you call it, right? Peace and then development. So peace is the highest priority for Vietnamese leaders. And I wonder what kind of war that Vietnam is afraid of, and why is peace so important? Like, is Vietnam assuming a war coming to place peace on such a high kind of explicit level? I mean, like, I look at the foreign policy of the ASEAN countries, and none of them kind of emphasize peace at that level. Maybe Vietnam had a past of so many wars, so it's afraid of war. Or is Vietnam assuming a war coming soon? And what kind of war? And what do you think about that kind of war as a threat to Vietnam? Why do you think that kind of war is a threat to Vietnam? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think I can clarify what I said earlier. So I meant that peace is the prerequisite because it's the condition necessary for Vietnam to focus on economic activities and to build more wealth, and then so that it can spend more on military expenditures and then to protect its interest. So it's not the highest level in that sense, but of course, like you mentioned, because Vietnam has a long history of gone through many wars, so of course peace is very important.
Yeah, I'm afraid you'll have to walk over there to the microphone. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, thank you. We appreciate it.
Brian Eiler from the Stimson Center. Question to Vice President Son about a wish list for deeper collaboration on security-related issues. The U.S. can't touch everything with security collaboration and cooperation with Vietnam, but perhaps there are areas where, from your perspective, you're wishing there was more, whether it's from DoD or from other agencies, and particularly in a non-traditional sphere. And I'm thinking of the proliferation of cyber-enabled crime that's happening and in the region, not necessarily in Vietnam, but bringing more Vietnamese into, say, scam compounds in Cambodia and in Laos and Myanmar, and how the U.S. might be able to help with that. Or Cambodia is building this new canal from near Phnom Penh to the ocean, and that could have security concerns for Vietnam. So are there other, among the wish lists, other areas that we could do more? Thanks.
Well, thank you very much for that brilliant question. A wish list would include, first, build the capability for us to recognize and to know what's going on in the different domains. And talking about domain awareness, not just in the maritime sphere, but also in the Mekong Delta. And to a certain extent, U.S. think tanks have done so immensely useful ways of while using remote sensing technologies to know what's going on in the Mekong River, for example. So the use of technology in order to assist countries, not just Vietnam, but also in the region, to know what's going on in the public domains are very important. And I'm not just talking about the surface, where things are very easy to observe. We are talking also about the air, the space, under the sea space. Those are the new domains that there are a lot of activities going on without us knowing. And maybe sometime it would be too late for us to know what's going on. For example, under the sea, there are a lot going on out there with the internet cables, for example, with scientific surveys. Last year we've been having flotillas of survey vessels going around in the region, literally coping the regional sea space, and they are doing things which we do not know, we are not aware of. So any assistance in order to help us illuminate those domains are going to be very important. Secondly, technological capability in order to exploit the richness of the resources of the sea, for example, of the Mekong, are also going to be very useful in the region. Maritime scientific cooperation capability, I think those are development item, but it also has security dimensions. So instead of sending a naval vessels, we would like to see more scientific survey vessels in the region, bringing together scientists in and around the coastal countries and elaborate and doing scientific research. I think those are going to be very important. We also, I think, need capability in order to have more secure infrastructure, internet cable, seaports, sea lines of communication, ensuring safety against unmanned vehicles. Those which we have seen in the Red Sea might one day happen in the South China Sea as well. So capability to deal with disruptive technology that are used in harmful ways are going to be the new stuff that we'll be needing. And then collaborations in order to build new rules, new code of conduct in order to utilize those new technologies like AI and manned vehicles are going to be needed as well. So there are a long list of items out there for possible collaboration.
Thank you. I think we have another question in the room.
Hi, I'm Chuck Casey from the U.S. ASEAN Business Council. I had a question about co-production. Desi Ford, I heard you make that comment as well during your remarks. From the Business Council, we look forward to participating in the business mission in March and then the Defense Expo in December as well. So what are some of the examples or the ideas for the needs of Vietnam for co-production, the opportunities that we can start exploring with the business sector?
Sure. You know, I guess what I would say is partially that answer is not a U.S. one. It depends on, I think, our Vietnamese partners as well. But there's a lot of space, I think, where, you know, we've talked about disruptive technologies, where I would say these days there are dual-use technologies that have commercial application, where a lot of times I think partners like Vietnam have been quite innovative, where we can think about co-producing small platforms, technologies that perhaps are being sold commercially, but might also have implications for us as well and utility for us from a military and defense perspective. So this is something on the U.S. side, we've certainly been focused with our Defense Innovation Unit at thinking about how we go and look across the private sector at where there are really promising dual-use technologies that we would have and see value on the military side and how we can sort of bring those in. So that's, I think, where I would actually start, is saying where can we identify things in the emerging tech space where Vietnam is innovating that might have dual-use technologies and where we could think about what that means for long-term co-production together.
Can I ask for a Vietnamese perspective on that? Well, I see you nodding your head, sir, but does that kind of mirror what we
Well, I was thinking on the same line. Why not producing surveillance drones in Vietnam that is made from chips that is soon going to be produced by U.S. companies in Vietnam using high standard labor in Vietnam? I think those kind of product could be the kind of dual-use product that can be used more broadly for strategic purposes as well. and yet in a secure way, because it's made by US companies, made by chips that is channeled through secured most supply chains, and also co-produced in Vietnam. I think those are ideas that can be explored.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Yeah, I'm Khoi at the University of Oregon, and I have one question for the panelists here. Yeah, the United States many times emphasized that the country will protect the security and freedom of navigation in the South China Sea and protect the international orders based on the law. And however, the U.S. forces, including Navy, Air Force, missiles, are deployed in the Northeast Asia to defend Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, not in South China Sea. In South China Sea, China is deploying a network of military forces to dominate the area. So in Southeast Asia, a scholar once said that actually the security in the South China Sea is not a serious problem for the U.S. To be concerned. How do you think about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, in a nutshell, I guess I disagree. That's probably not surprising. But I think the reality is that a lot of the South China Sea is international waterways, and it's international waterways that not just the United States, but an awful lot of countries rely on. So it's hard for me to say why would the United States not be interested. I look at what's happening in the Red Sea right now, and quite frankly, the impact of instability on a vital international waterway where commercial shipping is going through is profound for everyone. And so I think that's why you see the United States focused on continuing to operate in accordance with international law within the South China Sea. Not just the United States, but I think a lot of partners from elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific, from elsewhere in the world, have voiced that they feel like the openness and freedom of the South China Sea is an interest for countries around the world. And it's obviously why we're quite focused on working with partners like Vietnam for the parts of the South China Sea that are not international waterways, but may fall within their own territorial sea or exclusive economic zone, to provide help where we can in allowing them to see and enforce what's going on there.
Thank you. If I can ask our next two questions that we have in the room to be brief so that we can be sure to get them both answered.
I'm Peter Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. Dr. Tran, you and others have mentioned the need to increase scholarly exchange. And I'm wondering what kind of platforms that could make that happen. Do we need to quadruple the number of people going to the East-West Center? Do we need to have more Fulbright exchanges? Do we need to subsidize the cost of educations in the U.S.? I look at Kazakhstan, and their #1 university is English only, and therefore every Kazakhstan student can apply to graduate schools overseas. And I think that might be an interesting model for Vietnam. Is there any way to encourage satellite campuses in Vietnam, or to look at ways of improving English enough to overcome the language barrier, which is killing scholarly exchange?
Okay. Oh, so that's the question for me, Peter? Oh, thanks. Okay. So I heard that, for, the East-West Center, for example, they used to have like degree scholarships for students from other countries to come to Hawaii to study. But apparently it seems like they have cut cut out of that kind of part and now only provide short-term training or programs. So that's very unfortunate. So I think those kind of scholarships should be continue and expand given the strengthened relationship between the two countries.
I guess one thing I would chime in with, East-West Center funding is not within my purview, obviously, but at least on the defense side, one thing we are quite excited about this year, the Secretary announced last year that we will have a new emerging leaders defense program that will be U.S. training for young defense officials across Southeast Asia. That includes Vietnam. This is essentially the defense equivalent of what we've been doing on the U.S. side with Waisili for many years, very successfully. And so we're excited about that and see that as a really good opportunity for young and sort of rising up-and-comers from Vietnam and for other countries to get to work together and get to work with us in the United States. No, that'll be held at least the first cohort out in APCSS in Hawaii.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. John Brandon with the Asia Foundation. I'm sort of putting a different twist to Brian Eiler's question before, talking about Vietnam working to help, I guess, improve the situation in countries like Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar. With a slightly different twist, you have a growing relationship, a comprehensive strategic partnership between the United States and Vietnam. The United States also has an alliance with Thailand. I was wondering how Vietnam and Thailand is or has the possibility of maybe cooperating better together to create a more stable, economically prosperous and secure mainland Southeast Asia by those countries working, Thailand and Vietnam working together in addressing scam centers, other types of security and non-traditional security issues. And how might the United States be helpful in supporting that or facilitating that? I'm not talking about a troika. I want to be clear about that. But how maybe the United States could be helpful in helping Vietnam and Thailand work together to create a more stable mainland Southeast Asia. Thank you.
Well, that's a brilliant question, John. I think the first thing the U.S. can do is to improve its relations with Thailand. Thailand, for quite some time, felt a little abandoned by the U.S. I'm sorry to use that word, but they have felt that their relationship with the U.S. is not as good as the name suggests. So I think for strategic reasons, the U.S. needs to improve and bring back Thailand to be on par with its improving relationship with the rest of Southeast Asia. Secondly, I think there needs to be a facilitator to bring all the countries of the Mekong Delta region together. Vietnam is certainly trying to do its part in order to stir up cooperation, but facilitators is always welcome, and I see the U.S. could be potentially a good facilitator in some ways. For example, economic connectivities, for example, dealing with climate change, and there are a number of issues there which the U.S. has plenty of strength, which can facilitate cooperation, even with Laos. Speaking about Laos, I think the war legacy experience between Vietnam and the U.S., the ability to overcome war legacy issues, to deal with ordnance, unexploded ordnance, can be a good way to show an example on how Laos can be on board and to promote cooperation. So I think the Mekong really is an area where we need to have more investments and time on in order to promote cooperations between the countries in the region.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for coming to this panel, and join me in thanking our panelists today for a really excellent discussion.
Hi, I think we should probably start this next session. So if you can take your seats, that'd be marvelous. Thank you. Yeah, maybe I have to talk loud. So this panel is talking about education, culture, and history. My name is Murray Hebert. I'm a senior associate with the Southeast Asia program, and I also do research for a strategic consulting company called Bauer Group Asia. I'll introduce my fellow panelists in the order that they're seated here. To my immediate right is Layli Hayslip. She is the founder of Global Village Foundation. She has also set up another foundation, East Meets West. She came to the United States in 1970 from Vietnam and is the author of two well-known books that talked about the war, When Heaven and Earth Change Places, and Child of War, Woman of Peace. So welcome. And I'll introduce everybody at once now. And Dr. Tuong Vu is the professor and department head of the Department of Political Science at the University of Oregon. He is also the director of the U.S. Vietnam Research Center, also based at the University of Oregon. And I think that's in that capacity he's going to be speaking to us. He's also the author of several books and articles, many articles on Vietnam, but the last one is Building a Republican Nation in Post-Colonial Vietnam, 1920 to 63, came out in 2022. And at the far end of the table is Brian Harding. He is a senior expert on Southeast Asia at the U.S. Institute for Peace. He previously worked at CSIS. Actually, he worked here 2 times in the Southeast Asia program, probably more than anybody else in terms of numbers of, sorry?
3 times if you're counting I was an intern.
Oh, that's right. I forgot the intern part. And before he was at CSIS for the 3rd time, he was at the Center for American Progress, and he's very involved in the U.S. Institute for Peace's programming in Southeast Asia, and a lot of it is focused on legacies of war in Vietnam. So maybe we'll begin with Layli, if you want to start, and then we'll go down this way, down the table, and then we'll open for Q&A.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you very, very much for every, oh, sorry. Yes? Okay. Thank you very much for each and every of you to put it together. Give us an opportunity to share our point of view and also what we've been doing. And like an old lady like me, I've been working in Vietnam since 1986. As you know, I came here in 1970 in the United States. Then 1986, I returned to Vietnam, and that was shocking me badly. And so since then, I got very much involved with Vietnam. So with a 75 years old lady and almost 40 years working in Vietnam, and he gave me only 10 minutes of your time. So how can I tell you everything, right? But I try my best. Of course, first I found East Meets West Foundation. Then by 2000, Chuck Finney, who come in with almost $1 billion for Vietnam as a contribution. And so therefore, I go out and say, okay, now East Meets West did so well and very big and powerful. So I let it run in a big city. And I go into countryside, and we have set up many, many programs, mostly in education and healthcare and library and all those kind of things that in remote villages. So I've been working in Vietnam since 1988, that's when I first get licensed. So listen to all of you here today. It given me very happy because in 1986, when I tried very hard to go back and visit my mom in Vietnam, I called the State Department here in capital city and to say, no, you cannot go because a U.S. citizen and Vietnam is a communist country. We have no diplomat. We have no relationship with them. And if you go there and you get in trouble, we can get you out. So 3 times they say no. but I don't know any better, so I just went on my own. And then I come back, and API come all the way from Washington, D.C. to little house in Escondido, asking about why do you go to Vietnam? What do you do in Vietnam? And all of sort of thing. Well, both of their stories in my book. I don't have to remind you again, but it's very, very hardship for me to set up a nonprofit foundation to help Vietnam back in those days. We're not talking about, East meet West in Vietnamese, it's Đông Tai Hội Ngộ. The Vietnamese people say, never can happen. East, West never can meet. Communists of Vietnam, the capital of the United States, never can sit down together at one table. We change on that today here. And that is what can make my dream come true. As you imagine, my time went way back with Tony Lay, with John Kerry, John McCain, Virginia Ford, the people that don't lose, and Daniel Allen, all the people who helped me way back there with the U.S. Vietnam Veteran for Peace, they are the ones that we don't forget, because they did a lot of groundwork, lay down the foundation so that today many of young generation can walk right by and make it happen. So I'm just so grateful and deep gratitude that every one of you would have something to do to bring Vietnam and U.S. together as we're here today. Because to me, I witnessed this all. I witnessed the peace after the war against the French. I witnessed the war when the U.S. arrived in Da Nang in 1965. And I witnessed all the way to 1970, and I came here in San Diego. Didn't know what happened, but then 1986, I went back to Vietnam. You imagine what it was like then, and because of the embargoes. But the United States gave me one thing, that education. And I educate myself, I taught myself, I learned it. What the war is one thing, and what the embargoes against our country, that's another thing. And what is the two countries can bring together and make so many good things happen. And everything laid out today, that is what it's all about. We are here to make it progress. And one thing I'm proud to say Vietnamese here is, when I take the veteran or people with me to Vietnam, Vietnamese people open up their arms and welcome them just like a long-lost brother. Welcome them just like a family. Invite them into a little bamboo hut for hot tea. Never talking about the war. Never ask what do you do to us. Never complain. Never mention any negative thing about the war. That it makes me proud. Make me proud to be Vietnamese. We mentioned it today about forgiveness. Well, first we forgive ourselves before we can forgive everybody else. And so when veterans that travel with me for the first time back to Vietnam, of course, most of them have PTSD, and it's very scary and everything. It's just like, Dad, what the heck did I come back here for? Why? Because they're so nervous and scared. But as soon as they get in to meet with Vietnamese people and see how the country developed and how friendly and how happy the younger generation are, everything gets healed. And that's one thing that I learned about working in humanitarian relief work. Is you not only give or serve or make a contribution what the people need, but the healing from within, the healing that we able to can offer and can make it happen from face to face and one-on-one and with each other. Americans come to Vietnam in 1965 with one thing in mind: help Vietnamese. It doesn't matter, North or South, they're all Vietnamese. And so when I invite them to come back to Vietnam with me in 1986 and 88, I told them, now you have a chance to come back to help my people, because they need your help to fulfill your commitment to help Vietnamese people. Now is a chance. So many, many veterans come back with me and join me hand in hand, for first with East Meet West Foundation and later with Global Village Foundation. So just both foundations, we invest in Vietnam over billions of dollars. You think how much $1 billion can do in Vietnam. So we help to grow, we help to make a life better, we progress, and that is what all Vietnamese looking forward to, so that we can able to share. We also honor peoples. We also honor people who really do something good. In the past, we honor just like the Ambassador Peterson, former Ambassador Peterson, that you know, it's a POWs during the war, but he's very compassionate, very lovely person, and become a first ambassador in Vietnam. He brings the two countries together, so we honor him. And recently, we honor our former ambassador, Ted Oses. And those are the people who can help me, help our foundation, help many NGO here in the U.S. to help that in Vietnam. Because to work through us, when we go asking for money to help Vietnamese, most people turn off by helping Vietnamese. They don't want to hear about Vietnam. They don't want to see that Americans go back to Vietnam or help Vietnamese people. But as an NGO, as a people, we don't add anything for us. We are Red Root volunteer foundations, and we help to bring this relationship, building the bridges between the two countries. It may be a small role for some, but big role for others, and that is what I am proud to say that we serve. Just like I say, I come from poor villages right outside of Da Nang, born in 1950. No electricity, no running water, dirt floor, and very poor. And we did not have electricity there until 1990. Only walk distance from Da Nang City to my village, and yet we don't have electricity until 1990. And each Midwest helped to donate and bring the electricity into my village. Today we're talking about the energy in Vietnam, and David Lewis and his company recently sponsored us at a very big sponsorship with our gala in Los Angeles last November. This is very moving me because growing up in a village, we don't have electricity, we didn't have anything except the moon and the little oil lamp. And when the electricity came to my village in 1990, when my mom can really see things, and that is what my dream. How can we bring electricity in the villages? Cleaning water. We build water tower. We put water from the well to the each houses. This is the thing that serves human needs. I don't well educated like all of you here, so I cannot talk about high technology. I cannot share with well education like Fulbright and all of those people who help Vietnam. But what I can share with you that one person can make big difference. One idea that the call never can happen. To me, everything is possible. If you put your mind into, you put your heart into it, and you're willing to make it happen, it's happen. So now, we bring up to now 45 years that I've been serving, 35 years that I've been serving in Vietnam and the U.S., and 50 years at the war end. Where are we now? I am very happy with everything grow in Vietnam. I am very happy with the progress the two countries have been made. But there are many things that still need to go. This morning we already shared about technology. That's one thing. The children of Vietnam need much more about computer, about technology, real thing, not the iPhone and not the iPad just to game. That is not education. More book to read, more library to learn, especially soft skill. We're talking about all the businesses that men and women can go to Vietnam, and we don't have enough manpower to learn technology that we need. The culture differences is also need to learn. way that I see that Vietnam can focus on more educating the goodwill, concentrate more on how to do with social media international level. Bring our children and grandchildren and second generation up into where they can come to learn something and go back and make something much bigger and better than what is going on in the past. And so 2024, to our foundation and myself and our board, we have many news programs, and with Davis Lewis and his company support us and helping us, we will thinking about bigger picture. We're talking about cultural center in the United States. It needs to be set up because Vietnamese have been here 50 years and have nothing to see except Little Saigon for food and for things. The second, the Vietnamese here need to learn more about Vietnam, about how develop, how much it changed, and how the future going. And the Vietnamese in Vietnam need to learn more about other culture for, like how to go out a tour to see how other country live, how other country live. And we thinking and we planning that bring those young to here to train them. But with one condition, that after they've been training here well, they have to go back and lead and continue in non-profit work and continue to do a humanitarian relief work with honesty, recruit, how that can be developed so that they can able to catch up with us. We used to have an office in Singapore, and when we brought in 20, 30, 50 students from Singapore come to Vietnam to volunteer. And Vietnamese students just sit there and laugh and have fun, where the Singapore and Japanese students work, American and Australian and Canada. They come and help. And Vietnamese younger generation it need to put their mind into workforce like that kind of thing. And that is how I see Vietnam to rebuild better and faster in 21st century. And so, people like you and like every of you here tonight, he tell me timer off. So I'm shut up. But that is how did I see it, and I'm very grateful that this opportunity to share with the Vietnamese leaders here, and many you are thinking about investor in Vietnam. We plant trees. We want the tree to become fruitful so you can harvest. You plant children. You want them to get married and have children and grandchildren so you can love and happy. Same with human. We plant human. We plant tree. We plant seed, where we all can look at each other and happy and harvest with one another. And that is you call peace. In Vietnamese, at the first time, 50 years we have peace in Vietnam. And that is where we are proud to say, yes, we Vietnamese. We fight so hard for peace. Now we have it. We want to keep that way. And we want to make a better country for everyone to come and enjoy. So thank you.
Thanks, Lely.
Thank
you, Lely. Professor Tung Vu?
Yes, may I have the slides up, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to, is the other slides up, please? It's a pleasure to be here today. I would like to thank CSIS for organizing this and having me. And my name is Trong Vu, and I'm a professor of political science at the University of Oregon, also the director of U.S. Vietnam Research Center there. And I also want to acknowledge the support from the Vietnam America Research and Education Fund that has supported a lot of our activities in the last 6 years. So the U.S. Vietnam Research Center was founded about 6 years ago. And we are very proud to be the only center in the U.S. dedicated to the mission of promoting research and education about Vietnam, about U.S. Vietnam relations and about the Vietnamese American community. So three things, right? So Vietnam, U.S. Vietnam relations, and the Vietnamese American community. And we are based in the U.S., but then we have gathered teams of researchers from all over the world, in the U.S., in Vietnam as well, in Asia, in Japan. And in the last 5 years, we have published. These are just to showcase our work, some of our work. The book on the left is here, which is a deep analysis of Vietnam's latest trends in politics and economy. The two in the middle are about Vietnam's Republican history. And the one to your right is the book about that proposes a new framework to study Vietnamese American community. These are only 4 books out of several other books that we published in the last few years. And as I said, the contributors come from all over the place, including many from Vietnam. So I'm very happy today to talk about U.S. Vietnam collaboration on education, which I think even more important than trade and defense, or at least as important. The way I see it, for reasons that will be clear later. But first, let's look at the major U.S. initiatives to help Vietnam in the last, since normalization. We have had the Vietnam Education Fund that used the debt of the Republic of Vietnam owed to the U.S. To educate about 600 Vietnamese to study in the STEM fields in the U.S. Over 18 years. That was a long time, but it ran out of money in 2018. And then there was the long-standing Fulbright public policy program that resulted in Fulbright University, now a thriving, kind of small but thriving college in Vietnam. And then recently, during Vice President Kamala Harris' visit to Vietnam, she mentioned a new grant of about $14 million given to 3 Vietnam's national universities for education reform. So these are great initiatives, but they obviously have limits. They're limited in scope. The amount of money you see, not a lot of money. They're limited in the content, the STEM fields only. There's no help in providing education in the social sciences. Like my field, for example, political science, right? In the humanities. In vocational training, these are the areas that the U.S. has a lot of strength that have not been talked about, and also there's no systematic effort to promote mutual understanding. So this morning, the ambassador talked about his hope for increased mutual understanding between the 2 countries, thanks to the CSP, hopefully. And then you also mentioned the need for, so Vietnamese to know more about U.S. and U.S. know more about Vietnam and so on. But there's not been kind of, specific efforts to promote American studies in Vietnam, for example. And I talk more about that. But then, these are the areas that we really need to pay attention to, hopefully, going forward into the future. And since market reform, Vietnam has developed to a point where it can serve as a growing market for U.S. colleges. And I'm sure you've seen this data elsewhere. There are now like about 30,000 Vietnamese students in the U.S. And Vietnam is, the number keep increasing, and Vietnam now ranks 5th among the countries that send the most students to the U.S. But if you look at the other data, 90% of the students are self-funded, meaning they come here on their own private initiative, right? And then the main majors for the students are the STEM fields and then business. math and computer engineering are part of STEM, so we don't count. But then there are very few of them who study the social sciences, not to mention the humanities. There are limits to this, but it's a promising market for U.S. Colleges, but it's not going to help Vietnam to meet its need for economic development, because it's currently running into a big roadblock in terms of its path to economic development. Because economic development, as we studied in this book, has relied primarily on low-skilled labor in industries producing for experts. And over time, Vietnam has failed to move up the supply chain. And this may be contested by Dr. Nguyen Lực. I just talked about the Samsung example to him earlier today. And I was in Sweden a few weeks ago to give a talk at Stockholm. And then I met a Swedish scholar who studied Samsung in Vietnam. And he told me that his study in 2018 showed that among 60 first-tier suppliers to Samsung in Vietnam, only 4 of them are local firms. And these 4 local firms were in charge of catering, security, and production of the cardboard boxes for Samsung's mobile phone. This came from a Swedish scholar and not myself. And it was 2018, so things may have changed, as Dr. Nguyen Lực just told me. But Samsung's products account for between 20 and 25% of Vietnam's total exports. So all of Vietnam's exports, everything, Samsung products account for 20 or 25% of them. So that's a huge proportion. And if you look at Samsung and the local, so Samsung example can serve as a warning to Vietnam in terms of its development model. So 2 stark paradoxes emerge from our data. The first paradox is that economic growth has raised people's income, but not their productivity, as you see from the table to the right. So Vietnam's productivity is quite low relative to even the Philippines and Thailand, and not to mention South Korea, and China. And China started out the same like Vietnam, but then it's now like 6 times more. And the paradox is the more growth, the larger the skill gap. It's not like Vietnam. So Vietnam has increased its productivity, but then the neighboring countries, they have increased a lot more. Like they now 4 times, 6 times, 10 times Vietnam's labor productivity as measured by gross value added per worker in industry. The second paradox had to do with these data Dr. Lực showed us earlier, but it's this graph show you in a different way. So if you look at the table, you see that Vietnam has been enjoying a huge surpluses in its trade with the U.S. and the European Union. But at the same time, Vietnam has also had huge deficits, trade deficits with South Korea and China. So benefits in trade with the U.S. also accrue to South Korea and China too, not just Vietnam and the U.S. And the more the U.S. trade with Vietnam, the more Vietnam will become dependent on China and South Korea. The more Vietnam will trade with China and South Korea and become more dependent on South Korea. So that called for attention to the problem of Vietnam's low productivity. And so Vietnam's manufacturing industries have relied mostly on importing intermediate products from South Korea, Taiwan, and China, and then putting on the finishing stuff and shipping them to the U.S., gaining very little value added. So industrialization may not be sustainable for Vietnam in the long term without attention to the skill problem, which is the topic of this panel, right, about education. So going forward, I think the partnership, the CSP opens up possibilities for expansion of U.S. collaboration with Vietnam on education. And Vietnam, I think, should take advantage of American strength in the social sciences, in the humanities, and vocational training. And collaboration, I think, must aim to bring about better mutual understanding. And here are some kind of suggestions for specific programs. So the ambassador this morning mentioned the need for fresh and practical ideas. And here they are. Like the first idea is to provide grants for American universities and academic organizations such as the Social Science Research Council, such as Association for Asian Studies, to offer direct scholarships in American studies, social sciences, and humanities to Vietnamese graduate students. So these universities, they get the money from US government and they offer direct, so Vietnamese students can apply directly without the need to get government approval, for example, to go to the US. And I'm sure there are many Vietnamese interested in these subjects to deepen their understanding of these subjects. The second suggestion is to provide grants for building American collections in libraries in Vietnamese universities. Currently, sending books to Vietnam is a nightmare. It's very difficult. Most books get rejected or somehow disappear or sent back. So I hope the US government can make the case for Vietnam to allow American libraries in Vietnamese universities. And the third idea is to provide grants for partnerships between US trade and community colleges and Vietnamese vocational schools. Almost done. This is the last slide. And the fourth idea is to provide grants for developing centers for Vietnamese studies in US universities, just like our center that's set up with university and private donation. But the US government can actually help various universities in the US to set up center for Vietnamese studies to help mutual understanding better, right? Improve. And finally, support Vietnamese language and culture program for Vietnamese American communities. The members of these communities, this morning there's a question about that, but no one mentioned this idea. So the members of this community, they have a natural interest in, helping Vietnam, or they have the heritage advantage to be the bridge between Vietnam and the US. So US support for these programs will help improve relationship with Vietnam. So basically these ideas emphasize taking advantage of American resources. So we are helping Vietnamese, right? But we're also helping American universities. We're helping American community colleges. We're helping Vietnamese Americans who are taxpayers, who are here, who are Americans, right? So we are helping Vietnam, we're also helping America, right? And this is also to increase mutual understanding, with the ideas of building American libraries, with the idea of building centers for Vietnamese studies in the US. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Professor Thuong. Brian?
Sure. Thank you, Murray, and thanks for the invitation and for making a space for a discussion of history and war legacies today, and for the opportunity to share a little bit about the work we're doing on these topics at the U.S. Institute of Peace. I think much of what I was going to say has been touched on in various ways, given the centrality of these issues to the overall relationship. So I'll try my best, Murray, to be brief. It's clear that the journey that U.S. Vietnam relations have taken since the war have been extraordinary. And I know this story is better known to most people in this room than I, so I won't rehash it all. But I think it's always important to state that the journey really could never have happened without extraordinary people on both sides taking risks. And for the U.S. side, we need to remember that it was really driven by prominent U.S. veterans of the war in the U.S. Senate, most notably John McCain and John Kerry. And in terms of tangible cooperation, I really think we need to also remember that it was Vietnam's willingness to assist in the greatest possible accounting of missing Americans for the war in exchange for a path towards more normal relations with the United States and the West that really got the ball rolling. It continued with U.S. assistance to Vietnamese living with disabilities due to the legacies of war, as well as international assistance to remove landmines. And on these counts, again, another senator, Senator Patrick Leahy's commitment was fundamental, as was the work of a network of U.S. private citizens and organizations, some of which are in this room today. Agent Orange was, of course, along a sticking point, but that began to change when the United States began to step up around 2006, 2007, after the visit of President Bush to Vietnam, with Congress again authorizing the first U.S. funding on dioxin remediation and Agent Orange-related disability assistance, again with those giants of the U.S. Senate in the lead. The work continues on all these fronts, as it should. The legacies of war, I think, still, we can say, linger as a daily feature of life in Vietnam and for the bilateral relationship. And as Vietnam's leaders often say, the work of what they say building, quote, strategic trust is ongoing. And in some ways, it's a bit of a surprise, because if you look at public polling of the United States in Vietnam, it's overwhelmingly positive. But the reality is that the war does linger, and I think Vietnamese leaders say it well, that this issue of strategic trust. You need to keep doing this work to be able to do the strategic cooperation that we all want. At USIP, we're doing our small part through what we call our Vietnam War Legacies and Reconciliation Initiative that we launched in 2021. Unfortunately, my colleague Andrew Wells Dong, who is well known to many people in this room, is in Vietnam this week, so I am the pinch hitter here. Andrew's actually engaged in some really meaningful conversations this week at the War Remnants Museum, where USIP is working with USAID to develop a new exhibit on the reconciliation story, basically what's happened since 1975, and I think anybody whose visit would also assess that this part of the journey, this more positive part of the story of U.S.-Vietnam relations, needs to be told there. For those that don't know USIP already, I joined 3.5 years ago, as Murray said, after working here in the Southeast Asia program, closely with Murray and Greg. USIP was created 40 years ago in 1984 by the United States Congress, largely by veterans who were in the Congress, with a pretty clear mission to help prevent, mitigate, and resolve violent conflict abroad. In our history, we have not been very focused as an institute on East Asia and the Pacific. We have about 15 or so offices around the world. I think it's maybe up into the 20s now, if you sort of count it generously. These are not in garden spots for the most part. Until recently, our biggest office in the world was in Afghanistan. We have 2 offices in Iraq, Sudan, South Sudan, Colombia, conflict-affected countries. Our new programming on Vietnam is obviously quite different, and maybe is the most positive program we're running at the Institute. And it very much focused on war legacy issues, conflict, and really at the other end of conflict transformation. And we now have staff in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. I'm happy to chat with folks offline once we're done here. But the origin of our work on Vietnam at USIP was really started with a phone call in 2020 from Tim Reeser, the longtime aide to Senator Leahy, to the president of USIP at the time, Nancy Limborg. And this was when Tim and colleagues in the Senate were looking to finalize language about what's come to be called the Vietnamese Wartime Accounting Initiative, the program that Lindsay Ford just mentioned a few minutes ago. And as the guy who was tasked with building a new Southeast Asia program, that meant I also was speaking with Tim quite regularly at that point, and also Chuck Casey, who's in the audience here and was a key member of the defense staff at the U.S. Embassy in Hanoi, is now working with Ambassador OCS here in D.C. And I think the broad context, just building a little bit more about what Lindsay had to say, is that despite Vietnam's assistance to account for missing Americans and U.S. assistance for unexploded ordnance and dioxin remediation, a real missing piece of the reconciliation story was to fulfill a long-standing Vietnamese request to help Vietnam identify missing Vietnamese. And this has the potential, I think, to be a really important program that will help many families in Vietnam recover from the wounds of war. As Lindsay mentioned, it's being led by the Department of Defense, but USAID is also playing a major role. Also, USIP, The International Commission on Missing Persons and Harvard University's Ash Center are also involved. As Lindsay mentioned, this was at the heart of Secretary Austin's first visit to Vietnam in 2021. And also, as she said, there's sort of two prongs to it. One is supporting the establishment of a DNA analysis capability inside Vietnam, and two, leveraging U.S. archives to provide information that could lead to the identification of missing Vietnamese. And on that latter point, there's really this extraordinary team up at Harvard's Ash Center working on this, a team of Vietnamese historians who are really doing painstaking work to identify relevant, what they would call ephemera, so diaries, lost items that are in U.S. archives that can be returned to Vietnam to help identify missing Vietnamese. And USIP is working on some of the public engagement aspects of this in Vietnam and also supporting dialogue. With the stage here, just a little more of a plug for our work. I mean, in addition to this work on the Vietnamese Wartime Accounting Initiative, USIP, we've also launched a larger suite of activities to support reconciliation efforts and to address the legacies of war. I know many people in this room have participated in one or both of our first two annual conferences on war legacies and peace in Southeast Asia, where we've brought together people working on the various disparate areas of war legacy issues and reconciliation in U.S. Vietnam relations, but also in Laos and Cambodia. And our general assessment here was there's communities working in their own silos, working on Agent Orange, working on unexploded ordnance, working on remains recovery, sort of working in different worlds that aren't necessarily coming together. So we're trying to do our small part to bring people together, and also to assess sort of where are we 50 years since the end of the war on this, and how can we keep up the momentum that remains. We're also running a number of youth dialogue programs with young Americans, Vietnamese, and Lao participants. And in all of our programs, I think this echoes what we just heard, we're trying to involve Vietnamese Americans as much as possible, which we think are an important part of the reconciliation story. And also, I think those aspects are some of the most difficult issues in the reconciliation story as well. The last thing I would say, and hopefully leaving some time for some questions, Murray, is that it's clear that, this has been said in different ways, that I think we're at a pivotal moment here as the generation who personally experienced the war or the political movement against the war leaves the scene. It's amazing in the conferences that we've held, this issue just lingers over everything. It's John McCain's not here, John Kerry's doing different things, Senator Leahy's out of the Senate, who's next? I think the answer is Senator Merkley, who I unfortunately had to step out, but I think he mentioned this, that Secretary Leahy was concerned about this issue too. How is the work going to continue? And for everybody working in this area, it seems like an existential issue. And Senator Leahy, as I understand it personally, asked Senator Merkley to help lead and continue this work. That's why he wanted to visit Vietnam one last time. Senator Leahy had a health problem, but Merkley did that visit. The other is because exactly what Ambassador Zung said this morning, at least as it relates to the remains recovery missions on both sides, quote, time is running out, and that's a pretty literal thing. Good news is that next year, 2025, I think offers a real opportunity. It's going to be the 50th anniversary since the end of the war and the 30th anniversary since the establishment of U.S. Vietnam diplomatic relations. There will be a lot of commemoration. This project that we're working on with the War Remnants Museum is part of that effort to reflect on some of the positive aspects of what have happened. So it's a moment for us to all reflect. And the bottom line for me, as it connects to some of the strategic issues we were just talking about, is that we now have a comprehensive strategic partnership, and it's very clear that Washington and U.S. businesses are increasingly focused on Vietnam. But it's important for all of us to remember that cooperations on war legacy issues really need to continue to be a part of this and are a foundation for other areas of cooperation that we all want to see. So I'll leave it there, Murray.
Great. Great, thanks, Brian. The clock on the wall says we have 10 minutes left. I could kick it off with some questions, but I think the topics that were raised here are of interest to a lot of people in the room. So if people have questions, I'll give you the first crack at it, either online or in person.
Hi, I'm David Lewis with Energy Capital Vietnam. I have a question for the entire panel. And some of the work I do today, I go to offices on Capitol Hill and I interact with them to speak about the work we're doing in Vietnam and the role that Vietnam plays in U.S. interest and our focus on investing in energy and infrastructure. And sometimes the questions they ask me, I don't know how to respond. And the questions they ask me are, what does the Vietnamese American community think today? And the challenges there. So, I related them my experiences and how positive they are, but, I can't speak for that community. So I'm really extending this question to everyone on the panel. Please tell me, what can I tell members of Congress when they're asking me, what Vietnamese Americans think today? Thank you.
We actually just had a big conference in October, funded in part by U.S. Institute of Peace, on Vietnamese American communities contending with war and post-war legacies. So we had about 100 participants, about a third academics, researchers, and the rest are community leaders. And there was some moments of heated exchange in the discussion because, the community is quite diverse and have different views. All had very bitter experiences leaving Vietnam after the war, and persecution, refugees, all of those terrible experiences that forced them to leave Vietnam after the war, and so the opinions are quite diverse, and some have been back many times and thought that Vietnam has changed a lot. The other ones disagree and think Vietnam has not changed, especially in terms of the lack of democracy, especially in terms of the violations of human rights. Like all of those things are a big concern for many Vietnamese American groups, and they expressed their concerns, and they organized, they mobilized to lobby the U.S. government on many issues related to Vietnam's political system and the lobbying for the release of political prisoners in Vietnam, for example. So these are the issues that we discussed at our conference, and the conference was not to come up with a united position, a unified position, but more about letting everyone, all the different perspectives to voice their views and share with each other and improve understanding among the community, and for academics to collaborate with community activists and vice versa to develop programs and so on. And I think we were successful in that goal, and so that to answer the question, it's very hard to say just one thing about the community position and the various positions. We just have to, U.S. just have to acknowledge them when the U.S. make peace with Vietnam and build up relationship or improve relationship with Vietnam. We want U.S. government to acknowledge the concerns of the community. We want the U.S. government to discuss with us about the concerns, and we want also the Vietnamese government to reach out to us, and we also reach out to whoever is willing to discuss the various positions of the community.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that, and thank you for the question. This is two books about my life, growing up in Vietnam and through the war, and live here in America. Now it's 53 years, and just cannot say how we Vietnamese American deal with this situation. In Vietnam, they banned my books, banned my movie, not allow me to speak about it or show the movie there. In America, the Vietnamese began to ban my books, boycott everything I say, protest everything I do, again, everything that we wanted to healing. So that is, I understand your point. Heaven and Earth movie is about my life. It's here, many of you know. It came out in 1993. So it's 30 years. First time, in November 18, 2023, we finally showed it in Vietnamese community called Little Saigon in Anaheim. Over 400 young students came. First time, with their family, with their grandmom and dad and brother and sister. For them, it's just shock to know Vietnam have a war with America. Come on. I mean, what do we talk about here today if we don't go back 30, 40, 50 years ago? So this is why the culture center, education, bring children up, get up with what's happening here. And that is why I think Vietnam, it spend more time, energy, and money, educate the young in Vietnam about America. Same with here, my book, I have a professor here that used my book for the last 30 years, educate her student. This is how we understand about the war and about the peace and how can we keep peace in both countries. And it's very difficult. Last year, it's the first year that I get involved with a younger generation Vietnamese who travel back and forth to Vietnam, who love Vietnamese and wanted to help Vietnam. But they don't know much what to do, where to go. They go there at the tours. Most of them doesn't speak Vietnamese. Most of them is very outcast with the family and relative. And therefore they come back, they have no lay, nothing else just related to. And that is why now they're starting to get involved more and more in NGOs and humanitarian service to help Vietnam. But it's very difficult. Last year alone, I've been to 3 different lectures in 3 different universities, and I've been protested on 3, 2 in San Diego and 1 in East Coast. What they have to do, I mean, I'm talking about the war, I'm talking about what I went through, but they come in with that old red, old South Vietnamese flag and just go back and forth and questioning me, and it gets very uneasy to say what I have to say or I want to say or need to share. And this is the thing that both countries, we cannot move forward until we really solve this little problem here. But yeah, we can do. It just needs to be educated more and more.
Brian, do you want to? So, John, you.
Can I just add quickly to that? So I think the image of the Vietnamese American community as ignorant of Vietnam is not correct. I think that assumption must be changed for Vietnam to have better relationship with the community. I think they've been back, they know, they follow from social media, internet, they know what's going on in Vietnam, so the assumption that they don't know anything is not correct. And then that kind of, hurt the relationship right from the beginning when you say, oh, you should go back to Vietnam because you don't know anything. Then it's not going to be helpful for dialogue. And the other image of them as being very extremist is also not correct, as well as our conference showed. Because there are various opinions in the community, and even the most extremists agree that they're willing to discuss or dialogue. So there's a lot of hope in the future if the mentality of the opponents change. Don't make assumptions, but just reach out and be positive. Thank you.
So our time is basically up, but John, if it's a quick question and people can answer quickly, we can take it.
Be a respond to a comment, if that's okay. It's to Professor Khan. I wanted to thank you for your. I wanted to thank the whole panel for your comments. But Professor Khan, you made a number of suggestions on how to improve Vietnamese. American understanding of Vietnam and Vietnamese understanding of the United States. At the same time, development of different centers, you come up against budgetary constraints on where to get these resources. I wanted to just suggest, in terms of Vietnamese studies, rather than reinventing the wheel and creating a Center for Vietnamese Studies, you have centers for Southeast Asian studies, about 10 of them around the United States. Why don't those centers, if the support can be gained, create a stronger Vietnamese component to these centers for Southeast Asian studies? I think that would be a more cost-effective way of doing it during times of budgetary constraint. And on the flip side of that, trying to develop American studies rather than bringing Vietnamese to the United States to study American studies. Why don't professors of American studies go and not just work with students, but work with Vietnamese academics to be able to how to create a center for American studies there. So I just wanted to make that comment. If you want to respond to it, that's fine, but I just wanted to just add that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's very helpful comments, and I think that those are great ideas to go forward.
Well, the point is really to have the audience ask questions. So with that, I'd like you please join me in thanking our panelists for wrapping up this afternoon. All the final questions were dealt with, and we're fine to, move on till next year. No kidding. But please join me in thanking my panelists.